going to spread this out to the millions of our people. They'll look back on these days where we see however many of us are here. They'll look back on this and they'll say, this coming decade, 2020, is going to be a decade of dichotomies. You're not going to see the work that we're doing mitigating or assuaging any of anti-whiteism or anything that the anti-whites are doing. Things are not going to be slowed down or halted or what have you when it comes to anti-whiteism. Our activities are going to grow parallel to theirs. So this is going to be a decade of stark dichotomies. There are two storms on our horizon, one of darkness, one of light, and they are both rapidly heading our direction. Now, the darkness is the anti-whiteism that is going to continue to grow. It's going to continue to get worse over the next 10 years. We are going to see more speech restrictions. We are going to see more restrictions on our right to self-defense. We are going to see our numbers dwindling in every single one of our states, in every single one of our provinces, every single one of our counties and countries. We're going to see the anti-whites taking increasing, not just the anti-white elites that know exactly what they're doing and are smart enough to manage this in a way that will easily bring us to our destruction. No, the fanatical anti-whites, the really religious, fanatical fundamentalists that are seeking with all of their being to avenge themselves in their minds. What does the anti-white want? Most of all, what is the anti-white working toward most of all? That is to inflict harm on you. For that sense of victimization, that inferiority that is inspired in them, that sense of being less than, that sense of being inferior, that is inspired in them by us merely being present. That is what the anti-white wants to avenge themselves for. They want to harm us, and they will continue to harm us. They will get into the halls of governance, and they will have opposition. These parties that otherwise were anti-white, but just not as anti-white, that held the hands a little bit. Maybe they were implicitly white concern, but they are no longer there in strong enough or large enough numbers in a democracy to hold anything back. That will continue to march forward over the next decade, and we will see victimization ramp up from year to year to year by the anti-whites. But at the same time, that storm of light is also approaching. We will continue to grow. Our message, this curative contagion, will continue to reach around the globe, and we will grow in parallel as the anti-whites grow. We will grow as they grow, not diminish. They will not be drawn down by our activities. There will not be a pulling back of the things that they do. There will not be these brand repeals that people who work in the political spheres think they're going to be able to achieve some way. Do not look for our successes in how much we mitigate the anti-white scourge. Do not look for them to be stifled. Do not look for their voices to be quelled. Do not look for their power to be reduced over the next 10 years, because you will not find victory in that. Victory is going to be found in our voice. Victory is going to be found in the songs that we then sing as we grow stronger by the year. Victory will be in those dazzling eyes of our youngest children that are born into these homes now, inured, hardened against the anti-whiteism that grows in that darkness around our homes. That is where our victories are to be found, ladies and gentlemen. Don't allow yourself to sink into the depravity, into the black pill, into the misery state that so many of our people allow themselves to sink simply because the anti-white power isn't being drawn down. It won't be. This is a runaway train, and you're going to see it crash. All that matters now is that we build our strength, that we come together, that we build this art that we have, that we spread this curative contagion, the dialectics, the lexicon, to as many of our people as we can. And each year that soil will become richer. Each year more people are going to rescind their allegiance from these wayward and misbegotten authorities. Each year more will come to us, and it will be like that hockey stick graph. They will grow, and we will grow right beside them. Don't look for the victory in the drawing down of the anti-whites. Look for the victory in the songs and our voices who rise up in contest with their discordant noise, with their cackles and their cries for bloodshed. Only when the harmony of our voices comes together in a grand symphony of music will we then be able to contend with the hell that they have brought from the depths of this earth, from the mires and the sewers of the world. Only then will the light triumph over the darkness. There will be no repeal of their evil. There will be a victory, and it will be ours. That is what the next decade has to offer for us, and you can be a player. God has spoken to you. In one way or another, you have been touched by nature, by chance, by the gods, by the God. You have been chosen now to hear those silver trumpets for service to white well-being. Your life is important. Your deeds, your thoughts, your actions. These 10 years are going to decide whether Western kind survives or dies. What role are you going to play? Are you going to rise to answer that divine entity that has called down to you? Are you going to bend your knee to that biospirit and say, what more blood-covered and spattered metaphorically in the hardship of this struggle? What more I will gladly serve you? Are you going to stand shoulder to shoulder with the greats who stand now and those whose ghosts stand with us still? Whose names will be said in those days when they look back, the historians of our race, and they say 2020 was when it began. Will it be yours? Will it be yours? Will you be remembered? Will you be remembered? You have a choice. You have a choice. You were given the message. You were given the message. You have been touched. You have been. Your life is important. Your life is important. Are you going to do your duty? Are you going to do your duty? I will look for you on those front lines, every one of you. And I know I'll see you there. They'll look back on this and they'll say, can you believe that all of those heroes lived at the same time? People will say that. Can you believe all those heroes lived at the same time? And they were in those same live chats all at the same time. What an amazing time that must have been.
trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home.
Oh my God, yeah, we will have our home again. Thank God it's Sunday. Church of the West. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know that you can hear me. Featured stories of today on Church of the West. Tucker calls out Israel. Can you believe that? Burning their MAGA gear, ladies and gentlemen. The real Wakanda. Black joggers, they're just jogging. Go free lesson of the day. Are the concepts more important than the history in a people's narrative? We'll dig into that. And the meme pathogen race doesn't exist. Your comments and questions, and then there's this. Earlier today, the Blue Flame was riding his motorcycle, and to avoid hitting a dog, he swerved, lost control, and landed in a ditch, severely banging his head. He crawled out of the ditch to the edge of the road, and a beautiful woman, and I mean very beautiful, asked him, "Are you okay?" He looked up and noticed that she wanted to help. "I'm okay, I think," the Blue Flame responded, and he pulled himself up to the side of her car, noticing the reflection of her long, beautiful legs on the car's quarter panel. She said, "Get in, and I'll take you home. I can clean you up and bandage your head." "That's nice of you," he answered, "but I don't think my wife will like that. I don't think she'll like me going anywhere with you." "Oh, come on, I'm a nurse," she insisted. "I need to see if you have any more scrapes and injuries and to treat them properly." Being shaken from the crash and mesmerized by the jiggling of her parts that should jiggle and the firmness of the parts that shouldn't, he agreed, but repeated, "I'm sure my wife won't like this." The pair arrived at her place, which was just a few miles away, and after a couple of cold drinks and the bandaging, he thanked her and said, "I feel a lot better. I know my wife is going to be really upset, so I better go." "Don't be silly," she said with a smile. "I'll give her a call. Where is she?" The Blue Flame squinted and said, "Well, still in the ditch, I guess." We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And you can see the Blue Flame. He is a very loyal gentleman, and he's like, "I got to get back. I know she's going to be pissed." What a glorious day it is to be with all of you in service to white well-being. We are here to transform our civilization, our lives, our communities, our families, our friend circles, our work circles, the stranger circles, the circles, the kids, sports, and everything else and in between. We are here to transform all of that to serve white well-being, to overcome anti-whiteism, and that is the well-being of everyone who lives in the West. Ladies and gentlemen, Western civilization, a creation of our biosphere. Over the course of this gathering, I would like to have a conversation with you. You would like to have a conversation with me. You will tag me as @ no white guilt, whether it's on the live chat on X or the live chat. And by the way, switch it to live chat over on Twitter if you haven't done that already. Switch it to live chat on Twitter, the live chat on Premium Rumble over there. And I will be looking there, as well as the other platforms that we are streaming to. If you would like to financially gift, a wonderful thing you can do is to donate to the premier foundation in service to white well-being. The premier foundation in service to white well-being. It is the foundation for whitewellbeing.org. If you donate there to that 501c3, you will reach yours truly, as well as anyone else who the foundation service and serves. And if you would like those donation dollars to come directly to me, please indicate that you would like them to go to the very handsome man known as Jason Guna, the hierarch of Western civilization, and it is glorious to be with all of you. Otherwise, if you would like to gift over the course of the gathering and have me pick it up on one of the many monitors that I'm looking at here right now, you can do so at the app that permits cash. You can do so at Subscribestar. You can do so at Entropy, affectionately known as the Dude Bro Moment platform. You can do so at Premium Rumble, D Live, and Odyssey. All are up and running, and I'll be keeping my eyes on all of those. You can also head on over to knowwhyguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab, and you'll see that there's a snail mail address there for you to write yours truly and arrive in the thaumatological mailbag. And we will pull you out of the mailbag and we will read what you have to say if you wish to do so. There are also cryptocurrency wallets, and I'll be keeping an eye out there as well. You might find that you say there are these videos, these gatherings are quite long. And I, since I've been watching shorts, have the attention span of a handicapped gerbil who is wearing scuba and swimming with the guppies in the fish tank. And yes, that's probably happened to you. There are a lot of reports out in different magazines lately about the damage being done by the shorts. And you say, so I need some more shorts if I'm going to be able to watch what you have to do. Well, you can find those in abundance, and they have been made, being made, will be made. And the links to those are in the description below. You need only put on the repelling gear and plummet down into the darkness and find on the YouTube platform in the description those links for the content creators who create the shorts of the work that we do here. Some of them are a little shorter, some of them are a little longer. Also, 99% of the music that we play here in the white positive sphere, service to white well-being, the white well-being community, is a creation of our own. We produce this originally. How long have they been talking about? We've got to have our own parallel. We got to have our own and then they talk about having the parallel, but then we are the people who create the parallel. Isn't that something? The doers. What a surprise, right? You might find that music to be very inspiring. You know, you can't have a war without a soundtrack. We've got the soundtrack. You can head down into that same description. Just repel over the side of the description on YouTube, and you'll find the links for many of those music creators. I don't think all of them because we can't fit them all, but many of them. We got a lesson today. We got so many interesting things we're going to be digging into. It is a very exciting day, isn't it? This is the day that God saved Donald Trump from being shot through the head, and now God is saying, what did I do? Hand over the pedophiles for the love of God. Stop worrying about Israel for the love of God. This was the day. We're going to be talking a little bit about that, but we got a lot of things to talk about, not the least of which is this lesson. You know, over the years, people have talked quite a bit about your history, and the people have to learn their history. And many of the people who talk about having to learn the history, they wander off like a crazed person with a little bit of shat in the pants and hair screwed up. And they're like, I'm just going to be a historical revisionist, and I will revise. I will go to my family and friends, and I will tell them all that they have learned is fake. And they won't think I'm nuts at all. No, they'll think I'm a liberator from their ineptitudes, and I will come to them and I will say everything you learned is fake. And we all know that relative, don't we? That's crazy Uncle Joe. That's crazy. No, don't talk to him. He's crazy. That's crazy Uncle Joe. We don't talk to him. And at work, they shun you and they're like, Joe, this is your new office. But this is a janitor closet. Yes. Yeah, we are repurposing it. You will now share it with the janitor, Joe, and we're tired of talking with you. But we have in some of these cases, I say, yes, I've agreed over the years, and I said, yes, we need to teach our youth our history, the history of our people and the gloriousness of our folk. We need for them to know these things. Of course, I have, as you all know, disagreed with the historical revisionism of the insane Uncle Joes. We stay away from them. But really, the question is this: is that history as important as the concepts that we use to discuss the history? That we use, indeed, these concepts to discuss the present, to discuss the future. What's more important, learning about the maypole or correctly identifying anti-whiteism in the past, in the present, and in the future? And we will be getting into that. I want you to be thinking about it and maybe tag me as No White Guilt if you have any thoughts about this. If you have any thoughts, you can tag me as @No White Guilt, and I'll read what you have to say, your thoughts, your ideas, your notions. We'll also be getting into the meme pathogen. We've heard this many a times. Race doesn't exist. And there are many different versions of this. There is no white race. Race is a construct. It doesn't exist. The white race exists today, but it didn't exist until the legal fiction, blah, 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 blah. Bubbling underwater. Boy, I would like for those people to be bubbling underwater. You know, that just yes, a little bit longer, yes. Why aren't you evolving? Evolve faster. You're going to perish if you can't breathe the water. I guess the evolution thing isn't quite accurate. You know, I was, just as a by the by, I was looking at a piece of news. I don't think I think I saved it, but I don't think I have it ready for today. I'm actually in a little bit of pain today. And not on painkillers, a little bit of pain. Got the gallbladder is acting up a little bit. It's acting up. So we'll see. We'll see how crazy this gets. We'll see how crazy it gets. But I saw a white man in China. I saw this on the news. A white man in China discovered a new species of spider. Did you see this? We don't need more spiders. I understand, but this is a new version. I thought it was more interesting, fresh off the assembly line. I thought it was more interesting that a white man was the one to. How many billions do they have in China? How many billions of yellow men running around? Chinamen? And I wouldn't call them yellow, not yours truly. That's what others call them, yellow. And so you got the yellow and the white, and they say, how many billions? But there's a white man who discovers the new species of spider and never been seen before. And so there you have it. It pops up. And they say, evolution is an amazing thing, isn't it? And I said, wait, not quite the way you might describe it, at least. You have to submit yourself to the science, and you have no proof of tiny incremental changes to the point of this spider. Where are all of the other spiders that were almost this spider, but not quite this spider? Where are those spiders? So it's a bit more fascinating, isn't it? Much more magic in the world than you could ever believe. One moment, and I think it's a very beautiful thing. I've described this to you before. I've shared my thoughts on this with you all before. According to the scientific records, we have proof that one day there were no such things as dolphins. And then the next day, there were dolphins. What a magical moment that had to be. One day there was no such thing as horses. And then suddenly something that was a horse galloped over the hill. Isn't that a magic? There is much more magic in the world. And these scientists are really scientists. They have no idea. They've given up the science, the Baconian science, the Aristotelian science, and they now have this religion of science. But still, a couple of interesting things there. The white man in the population of billion plus Chinamen is the one to discover the new leaf spider, and which is white guys doing it again. And then the whole evolution is amazing. I don't know. I think you're going to have to revisit it. I think you're going to have to revisit that description. Daughter of Eve is here. Haven't seen you in a while. She said, God bless the Church of the West and our great brother, Jason, the hierarch. Hierarch Jason, good to see you, daughter of Eve. Anti-Vilification League is with us. The white man said, oh, these spiders are a new discovery. And the China man replaced those spiders. He responded Those spiders, oh, they're delicious. So that was the response of the Chinamen. Well, there's only one or two, I think they found. So that would be the end of them. If that's the case, race doesn't exist. We'll get into a proper meme curative and your meme curatives if you would like to share them over the course of this gathering. But I want you thinking over the course of the gathering about the lesson that the concepts that we use to discuss our past, our present, and our future, are they more important? Are they less important than our history, than what we say happened in the past? We'll explore a little bit later. Auden Potty is with us. If race is a social construct, why do some drugs and diseases have racial dispersion differentiation? Yes, I know. That is one of those very curious things, isn't it? Very curious things. Very curious. That's the kind of argument, though, and we'll talk about that. Bring it back up a little bit later. That's the kind of argument that I would use all the time in the past as well. Now I just go straight for the jugular and make the anti-white admit what they're up to. But yes, indeed, there are biological differences. Science seems to think so. Medical science, doctoring science, they seem to think so. But regrettably, that's a reality that is not enforced at our schools, our universities. People walk away saying the anti-white ideological fact that race is just a construct when we're talking about white people. But when it comes to everybody else, it's absolutely real. They're legitimate people with legitimate, all they've ever done is suffer. We do have a segment of the day. And just one segment today before we get into the news and our news items, of which there are aplenty. So let me see. We have a segment of the day, and this segment we have titled. This segment is titled "One of Three Bears." One of Three Bears is our segment today. Let's have a look at what that is. One of Three Bears. Read the part again where she burns her whore mouth on my porridge. Oh, my Lord. Man, that bear is carrying around a lot of anger over that. You know what I mean? John King is here. He says he offers to volunteer for the foundation. Thanks, man. Good to see you. Nameless One is here. Jay Bishop is here. Roger is here. Dennis is here. Brent Danger. Dean Danger of the West. Revolutionary Flaw. Cockatoo is in the house. First Last is also with us. Better Ways. Biospirit of the West is here. Anglo-Saxon and WG is here. Fonol is in the house. Good to see you, brother. Sounds good. All the way in Newfoundland, says Arden Potty. The Newfoundland. Thank you so much, good sir. Red Dog is here. CKO is with us as well. Well, talking about being with us as well, we have an unbelievably cool thing to take a look at. Now, all I got to do is find the unbelievably cool thing. I think I've got it right here. And bada bing. There it is. Our very own, did you know this? Dallas Malloy, who is right now on Premium Rumble Live chat. Dallas says, quote, "We don't need more spiders." Close quote. Yes, that's right. We've got enough of them. Enough spiders already. She was on the Babylon Bee. Did you know that? A hilarious comedy sketch. We're going to take a look at it. I don't know how much I'm allowed to actually play. So I'm going to keep a close eye on YouTube and how angry they get with me about playing this. We shall see. The real Vincent is with us. The Westman is here. This is our very own swashbuckling commander, Dallas Malloy, and she is going to entertain us, starting off with some hilarity. The Babylon Bee always doing a great job. Let's prop this up. Here she is, our very own. She appears in this sketch.
Yeah, great weekend.
Thanks for sharing all that.
Hello, I'm here to interview.
There she is. There she is, our very own Dallas. Big salutes. Big salutes. Love the wardrobe choice here. She plays this character impeccably well. Impeccably well. She's interviewing for the job of...
For the Democratic Party consulting job.
Yes, please come in. Have a seat.
Or don't have a seat. We're not here to assume your seat-having or non-seat-having orientation.
I love how Dallas is looking at him when he says that. Like, my character could kill you.
We're Democrats. We support your right to live your truth.
Yeah, look, you said in your job posting that you need help appealing to men. Well, I've got a lot of ideas.
So, you know how to appeal to men?
As a lesbian, I find that question offensive and reductive.
Yes.
First idea. Men like to swear. Democrats have got to start swearing more.
We've already been doing that.
We'll do it more, you What's wrong with you? Second.
I love how she recovers. She like goes off on him, cussing her head off, and then she recovers. She's like, all right, now, point number 2.
If you want more young men in the party, the best thing you can do is transition more young women into young men. Bingo. You got
Sweet.
your young men.
Sweet.
That just might work.
Idea 3. Democrats have got to work harder to oppose the deportation of gang members, to fight for Harvard's right to be anti-Semitic, and to use the word oligarch over and over again.
You think men will like that?
Who cares? It's the right thing to do. Don't you want to do the right thing? That's all the free advice you get. You want any more of my ideas, you're going to have to hire me, all right?
Epic performance. It's not over, though.
Like her.
Or is it I like them? I forgot to ask her pronouns. I mean their pronouns. Darn it.
Let me jump forward because I don't know really what I'm allowed to play or not allowed to play. So they bring in somebody else who they are interviewing here at the Babylon Bee for this job.
Election.
Hi, I'm Bob.
And what are your pronouns, Bob? Not gonna make that mistake again.
See, you want to appeal to men, you got to stop with all that nonsense.
What nonsense.
Okay, so you can see Bob here is like pretty straight-laced kind of a character. We're going to move. Again, I don't know what I'm allowed to.
No men in the party for a change.
Exactly. That's why Pete Buttigieg grew a beard.
No, I mean real men.
So, you're saying that maybe we should have a candidate who can pretend to like hunting and football.
Like Tim Waltz.
Oh, yeah, I love that guy.
So,
Well, I think it's obvious who's getting this job.
Yes,
couldn't be
it's
more
obvious.
clear.
Congratulations. You're hired.
Great.
It's our girl Dallas. Yeah. I love it.
I'm going to need a budget of $5.6 trillion.
What? Ew. That's a lot. Why?
That's what it will cost to buy every voting age male a pickup truck. Do you want to win or not?
She's got a point.
Maybe our only shot.
Or is it they've got a point?
Pickup trucks and transitioning. Genius.
Dang it again. I mean, again. So, the last person in this job had a little trouble keeping the budget down. Do you have any ideas of how we can attract men that don't cost $5.6 trillion?
Men are so awful. They say they care about my feelings, but they don't want to go out with me.
Oh my God. They're gonna watch anymore. That character is too close to reality. But let's give it up for the great Dallas Malloy, swashbuckling commander, rocking it out over there on the Babylon Bee. What a magnificent performance. Of course, she's not new to acting by any means. She's a professional. And so this was just, I'm sure this was no problem for her to waltz in there and knock it out of the park. But totally epic for one of our swashbucklers to be over there. Dallas Malloy over there knocking it out of the park on the Babylon Bee. I love it. Comes back in. I'll just need trillions. I'll just need some trillions of dollars. Oh, fabulous. Well done, Dallas. We are proud of you. Big salutes. Big salutes over there. Oh, she says, thank you. Your laughter makes my day. That's great. All right, folks. Well, we go from Dallas's epic performance, and we're going to head on over to another team member's epic performance. Can you believe that? From one to the other. And this team member is the great biospirit of the West, the leader of the OT. And I saw this, and this is one of those. I'm glad First Last is actually here, because he and I have talked about these vapid types of statements that you see on the screen right now, and they are infuriating. They are like phatic phrases, but because of their construction, and you all have seen these. If you go to church, your priest, your preacher will use them all the time. If you go to, there are actually quite a few places that you can show up where there's going to be maybe a motivational speaker. They're going to be, and they have these. You find these all the time in the material, motivational material, the self-help books, videos, and you see these statements that because of their construction, they seem like there's something there. But since we're intelligent, we investigate such things. We say, okay, what is this saying? And that's all it takes is seconds of review to discover that zero of value is being shared. In fact, something detrimental, not profound, not beneficial, not intelligent, but something detrimental is being shared. And this is a great example of one of these constructions that initially arrives as though something intelligent has been conveyed. And what makes this infuriating is that the vast majority of the population receives this garbage as intelligence. They receive it as profound. You can see it on their faces. I know you have. I know you've been in church or in a work environment, training environment at work, where something like this is shared, and then the room is like, yeah, that's very smart. It's very smart. I don't know why when I'm doing this character, I'm craving watermelon. I don't know why, but when I do it, I seem to crave watermelon. Maybe some pig's feet and watermelon when I'm craving it. But no, it's the problem, it says, is sin, not skin. And the answer is grace, not race. Now, this is the kind of slop. I know you are not going to see another sentence written by First Last because his head has exploded. He has hated these things for like 9/10 of his life. And we have had several conversations, because I hate them too. I guess maybe I've hated them as long, but he has hated them maybe with more of a passion even than I have hated these things. Oh my God, we're talking about pet peeves. I just want to grab these people and choke them so that, you know, those like rubber chickens, and they make that sound. That's the sound I want to come out of people's throats when they say these kinds of phatic, empty nonsense that because of the construction passes as like a camouflaged intelligence. And then so you see the people, by the way, you see them and they're like, yeah, oh, hey, it's a very smart thing that was just said there. It was very smart. And then, you know, they also have received it as profound because they go out into the world and they repeat it to you. They make you suffer the insufferable. They're like, well, by the way, did you know it's sin, not skin, Jason? No, it's that's what it is, bitch. I don't care that you go to church. So Frank Da Silva on X, somebody who has not followed me for reasons I do not understand. I just do not understand. For reasons, I do not understand. Has not followed me. But he did post this, and he asked for thoughts. And a couple of our champions decided to show up. Bio's Spirit of the West was there first with sheer genius. But what is being shared here is the run-of-the-mill slop of cocks. This is especially boomer cocks. This is like the stock and trade of the boomer cocks. If their memories were better, this is all they would speak in. There would be nothing else. It would be all of just phatic phrases that meant nothing. The problem is skin. I almost gave away what I wanted to share in a moment. We'll get back to that. The problem is sin, not skin. And the answer is grace, not race. Jesus died for all. Our nation needs him. Now, I ask you, what's the race of the person that wrote this filth? White? Let's say it together. White? And what sex? Irrespective of the genitalia. Female? Ignore the genitalia. Female? So we got a white female of both sexes who wrote this for whom? Not for the Jews, not for blacks, not for Hispanic, not for race-proud non-white people, not for race-proud, race-focused non-white people. No, this cuck garbage wrote this for us to prevent us from becoming a people. That makes these cucks more of a problem, more of a disease in the body of our race than anyone outside of our race. They're busy on the inside, busy little bees, busily going around and complaining and vexing and lecturing our people to get us to ignore our well-being as a race. Part of what you experience emotionally when especially when you're new to going free, but the white race as a whole, part of what you experience emotionally that is upsetting when you want to defend us as a race, as a people, or when you have observed somebody else doing this, part of that feeling of, oh, that's not so good, that's not so right, something's kind of off about that, I don't quite know, I just feel a certain way, it's coming from this weird place inside, I don't know. Is this garbage? Is this garbage in the background, eidolons floating around, possessing you, undermining what is healthy and noble and beautiful for every people on the planet Earth? And that is individual well-being by the well-being of your people. So the cucks are not going to blacks and saying, hey, blacks, a percentage of the total population of which is highly focused and highly focused on individual well-being by way of group well-being, highly focused on that act and the attendant activities that they engage in all circles of their life, and saying to them, no, LaQuisha, stop that. Stop that, LaQuisha, because don't you know, it's sin, LaQuisha, not skin. No, Tyrone. The answer is grace, not race. They're not going to blacks. They're not going to Jews and saying, don't blame white people. It's not race. You've got to have grace. You got to be forgiving for all that you believe the white race has done to you, is doing to you, will ever do to you. You've got to have grace. You got to be forgiving. You got to be magnanimous. No, those are the lectures that we have to hear. We are the only ones suffering this. Let me ask you something. Do you see this cuck disease in the Jewish people? Do you see this cuck disease in the black race? Do you see this cuck disease in the Hispanic community? Do you see this cuck disease in the Arab race, in the Asian race? For God's sakes, in the Eskimos. You don't see this anywhere else. So where's the problem? The disease is in us. We are the only people that can address it. We are the only people that can take these old biddies and put them back in the shed so that they can never come out again and pollute our thinking. Do not let them near the children. Do not let them speak publicly. Shout them down and mock and ridicule them. You know, at church, at the club, at the picnic, when a white person says something like this, say, that is ignorant as all hell. Go tell the Jews. Go tell the blacks. We need to be standing up for each other. Don't tell me that we shouldn't be a people. Don't tell me that I shouldn't care about my individual well-being by way of my group's well-being. Hardly any white people do that, Betty. And then he's like, my name is Phil. I don't care, Betty. We need to shove their asses back in the shed so that, like, once every 5 years, when we go in the shed for that tool that's been missing and we open the door, they're like, the light, let me see the light. And we kick them in the face. This is what the genius Biospirit of the West wrote here. A typical anti-white cuck meme. I erupted in joy when I read those first few words. Intended to steer Western kind away from becoming a people. Absolute brilliant. Places skin color as the focus. Exactly. So he's already identified exactly what was happening. Cuck meme intended to steer Western kind away from becoming a people. Places skin color as a focus when our race is far more than mere skin color. Precisely. They are the cucks trivialize our race. Do you notice how these same soft, pathetic bitches don't trivialize Jews and their peoplehood? Do you notice how these same pasty white bitches don't trivialize the black race? They don't trivialize any non-white race but ours. When it comes to our race, our peoplehood, it gets reduced to a shade of skin. And they're like, well, listen, Jason. Listen, West. Listen up, boys. Listen to what I have to tell you. If you went out at 9 a.m. in the summer and then you went back in and then you made that argument and then you came back out and you were outside for a couple of hours and you went back in, well, guess what, boys? Your skin has changed. The sun will have tanned you. Now your arguments don't even apply to you. Here's some wire for your mouth. It's going to need to be wired shut for a while for it to heal properly. Biospirit goes on, infers that placing our race first is somehow devoid of grace. Implies all races are the same. And we have to, when we say this, and this, of course, is what West is saying, we have to make sure that our audience understands that we are not dividing the races into a hierarchy when we say that they're not the same. We are saying that the different peoples of mankind have different biospirits, and that there is no hierarchy, better than, worse than, because there is no cosmic measuring stick. That's just an objective fact. Begs the question, he brilliantly goes on, of what is, quote, our nation, if it is not our people, our race, our extended family, then what is it? Well, of course, for the cuck, it's just an opinion. Anybody can be an American if they just hold the opinion that they are an American, that they like freedom. The freedom that America will give you to ruin yourself, friends, and community so that you ruin society for everyone. And the cucks wonder why. The cucks wonder why they end up losing all of these conversations about securing the border. When you hold the position that your country is an opinion, then it gets difficult to argue that opinion holders can't be allowed in. Dipshits. He finishes geniusly with just a useless abstraction, according to the cuck meme. Let's give it up for Biospirit of the West. Knocking it out of the park with this response here. But you know what? I was thinking about this last night. And I thought, you know what? I need to give people a basic golden skeleton key for these kinds of phatic constructions, phatic phrase constructions, because they show up all the time when it comes to cucks. And they come in an infinite variety. So I thought, what might get the conversation going when we object to these things? Like, you hear it for the first time. Maybe you're having brunch and you're with your cuck for the couple that is, the cucks, and it's Bill and Lisa Cuck. And you're sitting at the table with Bill and Lisa Cuck. And you know them, they are very cucked and very wimpy losers, and they're going to throw something like this out to you. The guy has something tweedy on. The woman is wearing what she's wearing. You think you first see her and you're like, oh my God, when did you go blind? I can see just fine, Jason. I'm sorry. I was joking. It was just a joke. Come on, Lisa, it was a joke. It was a joke. I wasn't implying anything. Nothing. And they throw one of these at you. Well, there's an infinite variety. So what might be a way to maybe turn a key and get the conversation going in our direction? Reverse it. The problem is skin, not sin, Bill and Lisa Cuck. And the answer is race, not grace. Well, of course, we've got a couple problems now. It's, as Biospirit of the West pointed out, our identity, our biospirit is much more than our skin color. That is, of course, the least of it by far. So we got a problem with that. And then we got a problem with the race is going to be interpreted by Bill and Lisa Cuck, the Cuckers, as that's going to be interpreted as negative focus on non-white races. But that enables us to explode with TNT. All of that energy and profundity that they think they're conveying in a heartbeat. Now we can get into the conversation, and we've smacked the smug off these cucks' faces. And that's really what you want to do, isn't it? When they come to you and they're like, listen, first, last, listen. The problem is sin, not skin. You know, it's that smugness that you really want to murder them for. So flip it on them right then. It's skin, not sin, bitch. That will be a moment of affront, at least mild affront. It will silence them immediately. It will completely deflate what this pompous, gaseous, turbid, so-called profundity that has just been posited, has just been positioned in the room, has just been pottied into the conversation. It will detonate it, and now we can get to an actual conversation. So, at least initially, this is what I am suggesting for everybody moving forward is if you're live and they drop it on you, flip it around and then start talking about what we actually think, what we actually feel. But it makes me feel so good. Big salute to West. Makes me feel so good that we are all getting sharper and sharper and put together explosive rebuttals that destroy the anti-white narrative. We are outside of the anti-white narrative, and we're calling in some bombs, we're calling in some strafing, and we win. So big salutes. Well done, everybody. What about Trump? Trump posts triumphant video on a 1-year anniversary of Butler assassination attempt. Boy, there's stuff going wrong. Let's see what we have here. Land of the fake, home of the gay is with us over there on Premium Rumble. Good to see you there. Kimberly has shown up over here on the live of X, wanted to chime in with Israel are the terrorists. They certainly are. Let's see what we have here. In the live chat, make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. The outgroup loyalty of the anti-white is the single trait we must fight hardest. A lack of loyalty to one's own first is an indicator of illness, says Arden Party. 100%. Brent says that he looks forward to these Sunday gatherings. Awesome, man. I appreciate it. Good to see you. A Lost Pilgrim's Journey is here. Masumek is here. The Tree Godfather is in the house. 1 share equals 1 prayer. Am I right? He writes. Yeah, exactly. God, you just like Eve. I felt intense. The devil himself coming up, intense like heat and rage. It's not even the malfunctioning gallbladder. I'm just like, no. That's exactly how they talk. God will bless you if you undermine the resistance of white people to keep themselves from being victimized. All right, so here we have Donald Trump. What a difference a year makes. Last year, he, of course, was giving the speech and in Butler, Pennsylvania. Thomas Crooks, a psycho, anti-white psycho decided he was going to murder Donald Trump. Why? Because Donald Trump's not anti-white enough. And by the grace of God, Trump's head was not exploded, so he was assassinated. But for the grace of God, the Secret Service had at Butler and at many, many other rallies that Trump held, had done the least that they could possibly, let's put it this way, they had done the most that they could do to get Donald Trump killed. And of course, that's because of anti-whiteism. The Secret Service is staffed by what kind of beings? Can someone help me? Can someone help me out here? What kind of beings staff the Secret Service? Because if they're staffed by people, if they've got people, then the people have been brain poisoned with anti-whiteism. And they live in an anti-white milieu. And the social morality is the anti-white immoral metric. So the Secret Service did everything they could to allow Donald Trump to be murdered at every single opportunity. All the way down, even after this, into unconscionably Florida in September, where the other assassin, Ruth, set up his scope, and then a female, and this is not widely, has not been widely shared. It should be. A female got into a brief shooting exchange from like 10 feet away and missed him. Now, all of the females screwing up, and the one female right here on your screen that actually did her job. Now, do you see anything wrong? Do you see anything troubling? Yes, she is actually not hiding. She actually ran up there and put herself around Donald Trump like she's supposed to. Oh, I see the problem. She's 5 fucking feet tall. So a white man who was tall enough for his brain and skull to receive the bullet rather than Donald Trump, he was white erased so that this little girl could be in there. Well, she is now, did you all know this? She is celebrated like she is Sheba. She is celebrated like a god on earth. Everywhere she goes in the Secret Service, there are going to be there are already legends being made, songs being made about this woman. Why? Because she just did her job. White guys, when has that happened for you? Yet again, another psychological trauma inflicted on white males. You can be the best, as I have been, in work environment after work environment, and none of it matters. Not only does it not matter, that just makes you invidious because you're a white guy and you're doing what all the white guys do. You're winning again. Stop being the best. Stop being and doing the best. So it makes you hated for actually being and doing the best. And then we have to sit back and watch as 5 foot tall little girls who just did their job. Like she didn't dive Superman style to catch a bullet in front of Trump, mouth open maybe, because that's where she would catch it best. You know, she didn't do that, did she? Now that would be something. She just did the job. And so for just doing the job, she's now treated like a queen. I guarantee you're going to hear more about this Secret Service agent in the years to come. I guarantee you. There might even be a new office building that goes up named after her. Bet me. What does this do for the white guys who are participating? Why do your job? You could do your job 10 times better, and you're not going to be celebrated like that. And in the final analysis, you could blow Donald Trump away right there from this side. The other side, not so much. From this side, no problem, unless you're trying to shoot his dork off. I mean, it's maybe that's also a kind of a question that should be asked. Why is her head so close to his dork? Isn't that kind of curious? Is that a natural reflex for her? Just straight to the dork? Stress, straight for the dork. So you'll be hearing more about her. I'm going to move on with this. But what a difference a year has made. This is the iconic moment when this man showed how much of a badass under stress he could be. He gets hit with a rifle bullet at 3,300 feet per second. He's bleeding. He has no idea how bad it is. He doesn't know where else he could be shot. He stands up. He won't let them carry him away in a stretcher. He stands up, won't even let them walk off the stage before he yells, "Fight, fight, fight." Juxtaposition that energy with what must be holding his hand back today when it comes to Epstein. This guy didn't know where he was shot, how many times he was shot, if there were more shooters, if the current shooter had been neutralized. He didn't know any of that. As far as he knew, the very next millisecond, he was going to be at the pearly gates. Or worse, guts blown out and pain coursed through him that is beyond human imagination. No idea. And he's not a little girl, so you know it's a moment of bravery. If you don't know the danger, then you're not brave. He clearly understood the danger. His brain could completely embrace the danger. And yet, he stayed on the stage. What is keeping him from telling the world about Jeffrey Epstein? Now, if at some point he had engaged in something that it was untoward by way of Epstein, maybe not a child, but maybe a young woman, would that be enough? I don't know. I'm inclined to think that he wouldn't. There were all kinds of stories about Donald Trump long before he was a contender for president. The mafia going to him, and the Italian mafia, at least, well, whatever of it is actually Italian, as in Lansky. A lot of Siegel, a lot of non-Italians in that Italian mafia. But no, nevertheless, the Italian mafia, La Cosa Nostra, they went to him and they said, they will give you, whatever you want. You give us whatever and he said, no, thanks. I'll do business with you, but I'm not going to be really entwined with you. And the mafia said, okay, that's fine with us. We understand. That's the right decision. There were all kinds of stories about people going to Trump with cash payments for things. And Trump said, nope, not going to take cash. You're going to put it into a check, cashier's check. The bank is going to know. And they were like, are you crazy? This is better off the books. And he's like, cashier's check. So I'm inclined to think that this guy was always thinking about the bigger picture and not the moment. And so I think it's unlikely that he would even have been with a 19-year-old or something, and he was much older. But if it's not that, then what is it? President Donald Trump shared a riveting video showing scenes of his life and career in the private sector and politics on the first anniversary of his near assassination in Butler, Pennsylvania on Sunday. Minute and 31-second clip shows footage from Trump's career or mythical story building up on July 13, 2024, when he was shot in the ear during a campaign rally in Butler. 1 year ago today, an assassin opened fire on President Trump. The bullet hit, but for the grace of God, he stood up, bloodied, unbowed, and he fought harder. It was so inspiring. It was so moving for real men or guys aspiring to be men. There was and this is something that females are not going to be able to understand, a moment of like self-hatred watching this because we couldn't be there in the fight. And that's a completely normal, healthy, and valuable sentiment. So if you felt that, guys, don't feel like you were feeling something wrong. That means that you potentially can be a hero. That means you potentially could be a man of the West. After displaying Trump's show of defiance, where he raised his fist in the air and pumped it repeatedly as blood poured from his ear, the video features audio from his speeches through the years. Just 3 days after the attempt, many Americans told Breitbart News they believed divine providence was at hand and that fateful day in Western Pennsylvania. One woman said, Trump is an instrument of God. A guy said, we saw the hand of the good Lord protect him. That we did. I mean, it's clearly the case. Nothing else. And that would be how a creator would operate. But here we are 1 year later with all of these expectations, and there's been progress. There has been setback. There are definitely reasons to complain. We're not seeing quite what we would want to see. And then cucks and supporters, no matter what, are saying, well, be happy with a little bit that you're getting. But we're seeing some things that are really upsetting, like the fact that these conspiracies, these events, Jeffrey Epstein, Thomas Crooks himself, are being covered up. And so questions are being asked by a lot of people. Secret Service failed to discipline agent at the heart of security breakdown in Trump assassination attempt, report finds. U.S. Secret Service failed to discipline the agent at the heart of the security failures that allowed a gunman to take eight shots at President Trump during the July 13, 2024 campaign rally, according to a damning new Senate report. The agent was allegedly warned by local cops and would-be assassin Thomas Crooks 25 minutes before Trump was shot. So you're looking at half an hour. You're setting aside here everything else that leads up to that. There's a building there that obviously needed to be covered, obviously needed agents on it, because it had a direct line of sight. It was with 300 yards away, an easy shot, but for the grace of God, with a rifle, and nothing was done. Multiple Secret Service agents looked at the rally site, and nothing was done to address the issue. Why? Well, we alluded to it earlier, and on Friday when we had our brief get-together, I guess it was still 3 hours or so long, that these agents are anti-white. So they didn't care. They didn't care. They don't care. They still don't care. Anti-whiteism has not been cured. Anti-whiteism is still the social morality of Western civilization. This is an aberration. Donald Trump, this term is an aberration. He's even an aberration to Donald Trump before this term. So these people that he's putting in office, etc., this is an aberration. It won't last. The only way to make lasting change is to address the social morality of Western civilization. That morality, immorality for us, has defeated everything that has gone before. So we can't return to it with something that has gone before and been defeated by it and think we can contend with it. We have to take something new. And this practice, the Go-Free dialogic, defeats, it supplants the anti-white immoral imperative of the West with a white positive morality. We've been demonstrating it for decades. So the Secret Service is still anti-white. How many agents ended up looking? How many agents were out there? How about the actual agents who were just in the field? Who end up out there in the field, and you've already had the bosses come in and say, no need to cover this rooftop. And these agents get out there in the field. And these agents get out there in the field and they look at the rooftop and it's empty. Why aren't they saying what's going on? Why aren't they raising a red flag? Why aren't they setting off the alarms? There's been no evidence that anybody did that. Were they all bought off? No, they're just anti-white. When you create gravity, water just runs downhill. That's how this works. No need to imagine. You see the kind of error that was made with these fantastical stories about smart cities and Agenda 2030. You see the colossal error. By the way, not a single tweet. I haven't seen a single tweet. I haven't been recommended a single video. I haven't gone out and looked for them from this multitude of content creators who all said that LA was being burnt to the ground for Agenda 2030 as Schwab and Smart City, and it's all figured out. Don't talk about it anymore. None of them have come back to say, oh, wow, Jason, you and that white well-being crew were right. You guys were you were the right one. They're putting in non-white housing in these formerly almost entirely white upper middle class areas. It's not Smart City. It's Ghetto Town. None of them showed back up. You don't have to imagine, and anybody trying to lead you away from the most obvious answer, the one that is productive for us, they're problematic and you need to cut them off. Anybody trying to say, oh, it's got to be some sort of a giant scheme where every single agent is paid off and every single by who? Israel, by, it's all of this gigantic. You just need it to be anti-white and you're going to get this outcome. But then, of course, we find out in this tepid investigations that have followed, nothing. We thought when Donald Trump was elected, we were going to have the instant answers on what's going on with the Secret Service. No answers, just like Epstein. But you find out in this tepid investigation by Congress that the leadership were even told about Crooks 30 minutes before he got up there and assassinated Trump. And then we find out, and Donald Trump, why isn't this guy freaking out? Why isn't this guy screaming like his head is on fire about the Secret Service getting him murdered? Instead, he's like, meh. He's insouciant about his own life. It's like, well, it happened in the past. Secret Service failed to discipline the agent at the heart of the security failures that allowed a gunman to take 8 shots at President Trump. Told 25 minutes earlier, the investigation into everything that went wrong. What about, why did we never get, do you remember how everyone was, certainly we were talking about the snipers that would have been locked in on crooks? They would not have suddenly found crooks. You know, because you're not finding a sniper that easily, that rapidly. You're locked in on crooks. So there was a or more snipers looking directly at crooks, and he was in the crosshairs, and their finger was on the trigger. Why were they waiting? Why didn't we get their names? Do you remember this? We still don't have their names. Why aren't those agents in prison? They were facilitating the assassination. No names, no prison, no punishment. Some of the agents got vacations without pay. Big deal. All working class families go on vacations without pay. So vacation without pay. And the leadership promoted. And not only that, given better titles than they previously had. Under Donald Trump's tenure. This is stupefying. It's intoxicating. Like the aroma at a cattle farm. What is going on? The agent was allegedly warned by cops and about the would-be assassin. The investigation into everything that went wrong at the rally, published on the anniversary of the attack, concluded that the Secret Service suffered multiple unacceptable failures. It's not an unacceptable failure. It is intentional anti-whiteism. It is disregard caused by anti-whiteism. It is ineptitude caused by the anti-whiteism that results in the white erasure of white males from roles that they deserve because of their innate talents, because of the dues that they've paid, because of their superior performance that they're hated for. So from start to finish, it's anti-whiteism. Just like fucking LA. Just like fucking LA. I almost said some names. Just like fucking LA. It's anti-whiteism from start to finish. Not Agenda 2030. Fucking crane-looking, emaciated bitches out there. The leaders at the center of the scandal have never been appropriately punished, said Senator Rand Paul, chair of the Homeland Security Committee. So there he is. Doesn't he look like just a great statesman? White race picking their leaders. This guy is a woman. This is what we get into office. Women of both sexes. He looks like one of my aunts when she was, in her 80s. That's what this looks like. That's what the sewing circle votes for. You're not going to get anybody masculine like me elected to any office that has any power. Because the females or the sewing circles are out there. Oh, no, he makes me feel scared and turned on at the same time. I'm not voting for that. And with how pathetic so many of the white males have become, they're all boys. They're just looking to get jealous. I mean, for fuck's sake, look across the white sympathetic sphere of content creators online. I'm getting a little fired up. Look at across it there. And instead of saying, wow, I recognize, like when I recognize somebody who's an ass kicker, it doesn't invalidate me at all because I'm secure in who and what I am. But the vast majority of the white boys out there, they get all insecure. They get all jealous. Just look at them. They're everywhere. They're everywhere with the most baseless criticisms of their better. Why is it important that we recognize that all of this is caused by anti-whiteism? Why is it? Even this guy getting elected. Why is it important? For copious reasons, my friends. Copious. So you can be a good lad and lass and just obey what's working for people who implement the strategy, or you can be an affronterous turd and you can say, oh, but my opinion, you have an opinion and I have an opinion. You could do that. You could do that and you can just yourself off because your opinion hasn't been changing shit. Your opinion is reflected in what's gone before and failed. It's important for one of the biggest reasons is that it centers our people. It says that what's important about this story is us and our well-being. What's important about these outcomes, what's important about the event is us and our well-being. That's what members of a people do. I know it's complicated for the white race. All of you vegetated ditzes out there. I know it's complicated, but that's what works. That's what works for all of the other groups and will work for us as well. Not only that, but we are right. We are right. LA burnt because of anti-whiteism, white erasing the competent white males, not cultural Marxism wanting to achieve radical equity and therefore blindly choosing among the races which people are going to be elevated so there can be a little bit of every group. That's not what fucking happens. The white males are thrown out. And then it's kind of interesting. White males create systems that white males operate and sustain. And then when you get rid of the white males, these things stop operating properly. How is that a surprise? So there are many reasons why we put ourselves at the center of every story. Why we see somebody like this and we are able to mention how it's problematic that we have so many sewing circle of women of both sexes voting that you end up with absolute midget-sticked, limp-wristed, Aunt Betty here to be your great defender. That's a problem. That's a problem that we should speak to. We should talk about this. If we don't talk about it from the position of our people being what's important, the center of the story, not an abstract America, like the cucks will tell you, like we were just looking at, an abstract America that continues to get white erased as all of the other groups are not abstract, but really tangible peoples, that the cucks will agree with them on that. If we become a people, a percentage of the white race, we can address problems like this. We can get actual heroes in office who will say, unlike Bongino, unlike Cashin Patel, get actual white men in there that will say, I'm going to take the job, and that means might be putting my life at risk, might be putting my children's lives at risk. Oh, well, that's what this job requires. And if I don't want it, I'll go flip burgers. But if I'm going to take this job, that means my kids' lives are on the line too. It sounds hard and harsh, doesn't it? Well, that's the reality of facing the jungle, my friends. That's the real world. And if you're not prepared for the jungle, the real world, then get back in the nursery room. Stop climbing up on the wall. You're not welcome. You're harmful. What could have happened? I ask you. with Donald Trump. Now that they are burning MAGA gear across the United States, what could have happened? Well, instead of hiring two brown guys, because the white population of cucks out there can't get enough of brown guys, instead of hiring Cashin Patel and Dan, not the man, Bongino, he had hired white, robust, heroic men of the West. What might they have come up to? Well, I wondered that last night, and I gave it a full 10 seconds of thinking. And you know what a white man would have said, man of the West, in either of those roles when he came into the office and found out, oh my gosh, there are no records for Epstein. They're gone. They're missing. Or somebody comes down to them and says, this is what you're going to say. You're going to say they're missing. A man of the West would have gone out to the public and he would have said, the previous administration destroyed all of the evidence. And if somebody told me to say X, Y, or Z, here's the name of the person that told me to say X, Y, or Z about this. But the previous administration destroyed the evidence. We are tearing apart the J. Edgar Hoover building. We are tearing apart every FBI office across this country. We are tearing apart the DOJ, looking for the evidence that we all know exists, but it's been destroyed. And if there had been an inkling that part of the motivation or etc. could have been to protect Israel, then you would throw that in as well. What would this have done for Donald Trump? Would Donald Trump be in this pickle now? Nope. But Donald Trump had to have him some brown boys because that's what the white booby cuck population loves. They love them some brown boys because remember, it ain't skin, it's sin. So a white guy, think about how easy that would have been. You go right on Fox News, you go right out and you say, we've torn this place apart. We're going to keep looking. I'm going to personally keep marching from office to office, shaking down FBI employees to find out where this information is, where it could have gone. I'm going to recommend prosecutions to the DOJ because I cannot find the information. And if they would have come to me and said, oh, well, Epstein killed himself and the camera wasn't working, then I surely would not have gone out, a man of the West in Cashin Patel's role or Dan Bongino's role, come out and not said, oh, well, he definitely killed himself. Oh, yeah, I saw the photos after it was all done. He definitely killed himself. No, they would have come out and said, hey, these video cameras weren't working. Obviously, something was afoot. We're investigating. What is there to find? I believe he killed himself. But everything has been covered up. Everything is hidden. How would that have benefited Donald Trump? Donald Trump, as a consequence of these two brown boys, has a shit stain, not only on this period in office, but for life. This will follow him now and will mar the history of Donald Trump forevermore, participating in the cover-up of a pedophile, of a blackmail ring that everyone knows, everyone believes, I guess I should say, is fully orchestrated by Israel's Mossad. Everyone in D.C., as Tucker says, believes orchestrated by Mossad, that Donald Trump participated in. That is a stain that's never going away. And then this fool decides to double down with a tweet, a post on Truth Social. What's going on with my boys? And in some cases, my gals. They're all going after the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. And I'm going to tell you why that was inevitable. Maybe you know. And he says she's doing a fantastic job. And then he doubles down in this post by saying, why are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? He's the guy who never dies. It's been years. It's Epstein over and over. He was ratioed on his own platform with this post. And after this post, people started posting on multiple platforms, setting their MAGA gear on fire, their MAGA hats on fire, because it's despicable. I mean, he is ruining his reputation. And he would not have had to do that. He would not have made this colossal error if he hadn't found a couple of brown boys to fill these roles. But he had to get him some brown boys because the white boobies, the white cucks out there, they need some. It's not skin, it's sin. Give us some brown people. We don't care about race, but just give us the brown ones. Us cucks, we don't care at all what non-white race they are. You just put any non-white in front of me and I'll start watching and I'll start contributing and I'll start voting for them. I don't care what non-white race they are. Race doesn't mean anything to me. I'm blind. Unless it's white. Then I gain supernatural ability and I can see it and there's a problem with it. Why did they go after, why are they going? Why did the conservative content creators get the bright idea to go after Pam Bondi? Why was that okay? She's white. They're brown. She's white and they're brown. Yeah, she's female. And she, therefore, is better than a white male. But she's still white. And they're brown. By the way, it's been confirmed, I heard, that neither one of the brown boys are going to leave if Pam Bondi is not fired. And if I were Donald Trump, I would be furious with those little bitches for trying to corner me and force me to fire someone. Are you fucking kidding me? I would say I'm on the verge of firing you for this. But ostensibly it's been confirmed that these brown guys aren't going anywhere. That's why they're making a big deal. And I want you to think about the illogic here before we go to our quick news and I take a look at what you all are saying. I see the great Dallas is pointing out that agent was ducking. And she was. You're absolutely right. She was like, I will surround Donald Trump, but I'm gonna get as low as I can because they won't be shooting for his kneecaps. They'll be shooting for his head and chest. But yeah, she's going to be lauded forever. She's already celebrated as like the best Secret Service agent to ever be a Secret Service agent. Because she didn't also run away like the other females. What were we talking? What was I just saying when I wanted to mention that? We're going to be getting to the quick news in just a moment here. But the illogic of the argument that can be made to white cucks and have white cucks agree is so stupefying that I think I've arrived at a new level of hatred for white cucks. I didn't think I could have a deeper contempt for them, but I think I got there. Because these conservative content creators like Megan and Benny and a couple of others, they've come up with the bright idea of trying to protect Donald Trump by deflecting from him covering up
the pedophile blackmail ring, blackmail black book, and operated by the Israeli Mossad, most people seem to think, and I agree, is the most likely case. So to deflect from that, they're going to these conservatives and they're saying, hey, guys, this is all Pam Bondi's fault. If she had not been incompetent, this wouldn't have happened. If she had not shared that she had these pedophile videos, this wouldn't be a problem. And you see these white cuck audience, they're like, oh, yeah, you know what? This wouldn't have happened to Trump if that. She's right. Megan is right. Except dipshits. Except that Pam is the one, the main one, who revealed that the government does have the information that we fucking want. Why would you punish the one? Why would you have a problem with the one that said, I got tons of this material? We want to know about Epstein. We want the information. We want the people in power who were pedophiles or very, very young girl orgies and everything else. We want to know who they are so we won't have faith in them. We won't support them. We want them gone. We want them arrested if they've committed a crime. How would getting rid of the woman that said there's information, how would blaming and firing her benefit us at all? It is the most illogical shit I have ever heard. But I guess Meghan and the rest, they know that their white cuck audience is so brain dead, is so absolutely stolidly brain dead that they could make an argument that illogical. None of this everything would be fine. Okay, so we come to this with, we want the truth about Epstein. We want the evidence. We want everybody punished who was involved. And if they can't be legally punished, we will socially punish them for their involvement. We want it all. And then the cucks come out and they say, guess what? The woman that said that there's evidence, yes, that was what we want. Yeah, she screwed all this up, so we should fire her. Yay! Let's do that. Fuck NA. NA, we live in Muppet Town. We live in Jem Henson's fucking Muppet Town. Literally, this level of stupidity. Let me take a quick look at what you all are saying. No, if anything, Meghan made this argument at TPUSA yesterday or day before yesterday, where she said, oh, well, Bongino and Cash in particular, they never said that there was evidence once they were in office, although I think they did. I'm pretty sure Bongino gave an interview with Fox where he intimated the same thing as Pam Bondi. And then she says, oh, but Pam Bondi said there was evidence. Can you believe it? Yes, because we believe there is evidence. We believe Pam. And now if Pam is saying, well, there is no evidence, we don't think that she lied before because we believe there was evidence, Meghan. We agree with her. We think she's been silenced. No, this is the cucks deflecting. You know what they could still do? If they had white men instead of the two brown boys, they could still come out. A white guy could come out and cash in Patel's cross-eyed, like, what's wrong with this guy? I mean, how are you really going to pick somebody like this? But he's brown, Jason. You see how brown he is? Have you looked?
He's freaking brown. He could still come out and say, look, mea culpa. You know, I came out and I said that Epstein absolutely killed himself. I shouldn't have said that. I didn't see adequate information for that. Look, just looking at pictures after, obviously, somebody could have gone in there and killed him. Maybe that's what happened. And when it comes to the evidence, I shouldn't have said there's absolutely no evidence. I haven't been able to. Here are the things I've done to find evidence. Haven't found any yet. Doesn't mean that there isn't any. But, and then use the argument that I used. I now believe that much or all of this information was destroyed by the previous administration. If he's ordered not to reveal Israel's participation in it, at least he could go far enough to, for Trump's interest, to protect Trump. To come in and say, well, the previous administration had destroyed all of this information. I believe that now is what happened. Because we all know the white cash-in Patel. We all know that Epstein was a pedophile. He had Pedophile Island, and there's just too much evidence. So they've destroyed it all. Why? I mean, why not do that? Instead, the two brown guys, they go in there with all of the claims that it's all true. Everything that we know is true. And then they sit there like little brown boys, as Trump says, with their hands clasped between their legs. And they're like, no, he didn't die by someone else's hand. He killed himself right on the verge of being acquitted because there's no evidence against him. So this has absolutely marred Trump's record forever. Let me take a quick look at what you all are saying. Tree Godfather, Peroxide Pam specifically said over 10,000 videos and 250 plus victims. Exactly. I believe her. Why wouldn't I? We all believed that, and we were all told, and researchers shared that tons of this information is held by the government. Like, what happened to all of the Kennedy? Why is it such a hard thing for the cucks out there to accept that the CIA destroyed the Kennedy files, all the ones that were relevant? The CIA and FBI destroyed all the MLK files and all that's right. But when it comes to Epstein, it's all of a sudden not that where you could say the previous administration or even the CIA or whatever. It's just now because Trump's in office. Now it can't be that these institutions are totally legitimate. Horse shit. They're totally legitimate. Are you joking? Yeah, so I completely believe that she came across all this information. I totally believe that she came across all the information that she alluded to or directly stated. Stumbling says, will white well-being unretard these cucks? Yes. Great question. Yes. They're not going to be the intelligentsia, leaders of the white race. They're not going to be leaders of anything. I mean, let's face it. Many of them wear Pampers. So they will be able, though, to be programmed like they're programmed to be anti-white. They'll be able to be programmed with a different set of concepts. If you're going to get them saying how politically incorrect they are, you can get them talking about how white positive they are. But it is a question of challenging the anti-white status quo, that anti-white immoral imperative, and defeating it. So yes, we will be, and it'll be the brighter cucks, the cucks with a little bit more bravery, that'll be the first ones to come away from it. And when you get, far enough along, the rest of them will need it forced upon them. So that's just how, the human animal works. They are going to blindly just go with whatever the power holders are doing. But we'll be able to find enough that will reach that magic number. Great question. Azimuth Clark is here. Alexander Coconut is here. We got some big stories coming up. We got Wakanda. That's going to be fun. We have Tucker laying down the law on Israel. You got to love it. And we also have Joggers just jogging. Wing of Production is here. Brown Boys and Broad, says the Tree Godfather. Yes, sir. Well said. Lunder the Thunder down under. Good to see you. Corey is here. J.H. asks, so what is more likely? Despite their righteous, rigorous training, they all conspired to stand down, or they were told to stand down according to their so you are assuming, you've probably learned this from a retard, and I mean that in the medical sense, a retard white cuck out there, conspiracy theorist. And none of this is beneficial to you, to me, to our people, to our country. So just know that right out front. That human beings are robots. That what is, as you point out here, the rigorous training, as though that is some sort of software program going into a robot that is not governed by a moral imperative, that isn't going to bend and break rules for a moral imperative, that isn't going to interpret rules, laws, codes, norms, behaviors, etc., by that moral imperative. Those are not human beings. You're talking about something that doesn't exist. The infinite more likely, not even just more likely, what happened is that anti-whites at every one of Donald Trump's rallies in the Secret Service were insouciant, indifferent about protecting Donald Trump because he's not anti-white enough. Are you implying that there's a broad conspiracy that somehow everyone knows who needs to know, all of the participants, but no one else ever finds out explicitly about? Just some bizarre content creator online says he's got it from, he found out from a woman who, works down at the bakery, who's talked with or overheard a conversation of Secret Service agents in the corner of the bakery. I mean, give me a break. These ideas that there is this vast ordered conspiracy are gibberish, drooling nonsense. They're wet chin nonsense. Stop listening to that. It's impossible to say that the entire Secret Service were ordered to allow the murder of Donald Trump. I mean, do you hear yourself? And if that comes across as a bit harsh, then I'm speaking not just to you, but to all conspiracy idiots. Then you got wrapped up in with the conspiracy idiots. That's never going to benefit you. You can't act on that information. You can't know it. You can see anti-whiteism. You can talk to Secret Service agents who are anti-white. You can't know any of what you're claiming. You can't prove. We can prove you can't prove anyone was ordered. We can prove anti-whiteism exists. We can prove that anti-whiteism motivates judges to ignore laws when those laws would undermine anti-whiteism. We can show where judges will interpret laws to advance anti-whiteism where those laws don't permit those things to be done. We can prove, we can isolate and show that again and again. You can't prove that judges were ordered. Now I could go on and on from there, but we could go into the next category and talk about how useful is it to the creation of a people, which is what we need if we're going to survive. If you're white, you are going to need to attain your individual well-being by way of our group's well-being. Does that make sense? If we don't do this, we're not going to survive. Our countries are white erasing. We're going down the gutter, and it's going to be sanguinary for us, my friends, when the numbers and the influence and the power gets low enough. We need a people. Does claiming that there is this omnipotent in the shadows entities that are just ordering all of these things to take place, You can barely make a cup of tea, but they can order the Secret Service to murder the president. How helpful is that to creating a people out of our deracinated white race? Think about that for a minute. Think about it. We're going to need a people if we're going to survive. You can get all your selfish, individualistic friends together, and you all can make tea, just barely, and you all are going to contend with the invisible, omnipotent, all-knowing, ordering the Secret Service to kill the president force? Seriously? No. On so many levels, it is wrong, wrong-headed, leads to seemingly innumerable, count the ways that we can be harmed by pursuing that line of thinking. So, no, stop thinking such stupid shit, my friend. You will only be stupid if you hold stupid thoughts. So just eject 86 the stupid thoughts, adopt the ones that make sense and that are salubrious, that are wholesome, that empower us, and then you're smart. That's how it works. And again, if I'm animated at that, then understand that we're running out of time. We need to create a people. We don't have time for this shit. We just went down 6 months ago with the LA fires. And I bet you that the people you were listening to were saying Agenda 2030, weren't they? I bet you they were saying smart city, weren't they? Are they saying that they were wrong now? It ain't smart city, it's ghetto town, bro. It's ghetto town, just like we said. Just like white well-being explains. Sergeant Steele is here. Good to see you. He says, good evening. Positivity Infinite says, UK Chief of Police says, it is unacceptable that black boys are more likely to be murdered than white boys. Anti-whiteism needs to be confronted and destroyed. Thank you for sharing that. That's a great example of the impact and the impact of anti-whiteism on the brain, how damaging it is for the brain. Because how else could you come to the conclusion where the group far beyond their numbers committing the murders and committing the murders, therefore, initially in their environments, that they are the people not being murdered too much, needs to be the white ones getting murdered more. How else? Maybe they were ordered. Maybe he was ordered to do it. Just go ask your nearest conspiracy theory, your white cuck conspiracy. Just go ask them. They were ordered. It was an order that came to the top down. It's all secret, but somehow I know. Where's my cup of tea? Somehow I know exactly what happened. It's all they're very secretive. Good God. I remember when these clowns used to come to these crossover meetings we would have with white sympathetic people. I was the only white positive one almost every single time. And I would sit there, I'd be like, my neck would get tired from doing this. What the fuck? The entire time. Thank you for sharing that. Spudruggers is here. Hey, share that we are live. We're going to get into our quick news here in just a moment. Ay says, feel the same. I'm glad she messed up. I got to hear they have it from the horse's mouth. I didn't get the nagging for her fumbling and hanging the general public anti-whiteism on a plate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Pam Bondi told us what we believe. No way. No way am I going to call for her to be fired. Are you kidding? Jason is right. Conspiracy theory communities are a complete waste of time. Go free is the only method that undermines the whole system, writes the great Anti-Vilification League down under. God bless you, man, for writing that. Yeah, stay away from those communities. What good could come out of them? Nothing at all. Let's do some quick news, shall we?
She stares at orange juice cartons because it says concentrate. She puts lipstick on her forehead to make up her mind. She once took a ruler to bed to see how long she slept. She's a host on The View. She once climbed over a glass wall to see what was on the other side. Her degree in gender studies has not paid off. She got stuck on an escalator during a power outage.
27 watching. Jesus.
She is unburdened by what has been. She saw a sign that said airport left, and she went home. She almost drowned once because someone left a scratch and sniff sticker at the bottom of a pool. She tried to return a donut because it had a hole in it. She wrecked 3 McDonald's because the sign said drive through. She once got a brain worm and it starved to death. She is every woman you have ever met. She believes equal pay means getting paid the same for doing nothing. She got a tattoo of her name in case she forgets it. She studied for a blood test and failed. Funny. She thinks a quarterback is a refund. She put her phone on airplane mode and threw it, expecting it to fly. She thinks Taco Bell is a Mexican phone company. She is the dumbest woman in the world.
I don't always drink wine, but when I do, I spill it on my fake tits.
She doesn't always drink wine, but when she does, she spills it on her fake tits. Uh-oh, look we have here. Rainmaker denies responsibility for the Texas flood.
They call him the Rainmaker. Now he's blasting suggestions that his company may be linked to the catastrophic Texas floods.
Cloud seeding had nothing to do with the remnants of Tropical Storm Barry that caused flooding in Texas.
Augustus Dorico's company specializes in cloud seeding. That's when particles are released into the clouds to try to bring about rainfall during drought conditions. The company, named appropriately enough Rainmaker.
Oh, just very interesting. They're still ignoring the use of microwaves to stall a storm in place. Now, I don't know if that's true. I don't endorse any of the quick news that we share. But just to say here, everyone can see that basic cloud seeding is not going to cause 2 Niagara days worth of water to fall in 30 minutes. Just not going to do it. But let me point out to you. Let me ask you this. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen a cloud run out of rain? No. The reason it stops raining is because the storm moves on. By the time it runs out wherever it is, it never fully rains for the people there. They might get a couple drops. That's not raining. They might get some mist. That's not raining. Clouds don't run out of rain at the end of the storm. So imagine if you froze a storm, if you stalled it so that it couldn't move on and it just kept dropping its water. That might create the kind of conditions we saw. Something to think about. How about this over in France?
Fun fact. Paternity tests, which are used to confirm a man is the biological father of his child, are illegal in France. And if a father is caught using a paternity test in France or in any other country, he could face up to a year in jail and a $16,000 fine.
Imagine that this is the empowerment of the white female. This is the ignobility that has befallen the white female. Now that she is allowed to be her own leader, now that she's empowered, everywhere we turn, they're raping children and getting laws passed so that their legitimate husbands and maybe the father of 1 or 2 or none of their kids can find out that the whore is sleeping around and having the kids of other men. The husband has a legitimate, are these kids even mine that I'm paying for and rearing? Well, the women are like, we're not going to let you find out because we're empowered now. Well done, white women empowered by anti-whiteism. The world is an oyster for you. Well, now maybe, I don't know, it's an STD and a kid to rape. Is this Iran? Nope, it's Dearborn, Michigan. What is this? Is this a problem of Islam? Is this a problem of Arabs? This is caused by anti-whiteism. This is the white erasure of towns and cities that we created that were 100% white until we were white erased. This is the infection. This is what happens after. This is the gangrene. This can only be cured by the white race becoming a people. And that can only be done with the concepts we use. And those concepts are in the practice of Go Free. This is coming to every town in Western civilization. I'm going to tell you what. It's not going to be the mestizos in La Raza or the blacks in NAACP or any of these others. This religion unites these people in a way that far increases their power beyond their numbers. You're going to have to become a people real fast. It just goes on and on. How about this? A little bit more lighthearted.
Welcome to the hamster rave.
Woo! Hamster rave! Your dad at 20, thinking how to provide for his family and children. You at 20, after finding diamonds in Minecraft. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. When you sit down beside a black guy at the airport, white guy sits down beside a black guy at the airport, here's his reaction. Maybe this is why we want to have our nice all-white areas.
Don't sit down on my shit.
I suggest you found
I suggest you.
Look, he is getting ready. By the way, just to if you're not aware, when somebody in public is getting upset and they begin rubbing their hands together like he's doing there, or they begin grooming themselves, get beyond the reach of their limbs and get prepared for them to rush you. This anti-white black guy is getting ready to cold cock this white guy who will probably get brain damaged if he gets cold cocked. He's got no muscle in his neck. He's got no muscle. He'll probably break his jaw, maybe his eye orbit, get brain damage. This guy said he sat down there. The black guy went off for him sitting beside him. And the white guy said, I suggest you calm down. And then the black guy is getting ready to maim and disfigure him. This is why we want our own areas. We're sick of this shit. We're sick of living like this. The people sitting across and videotaping this are now saying, buddy, you better move. He's getting ready to destroy you. You better move. And then the white guy has to move. Isn't that? I mean, we just saw that in Michigan. The white guy has to move. The white guy has to move. Move out of his seat, move out of his town, move out of his city, move out of his community, move out of his region, move out of his state. The white guy always has to move for this childish, animalistic violence. No, the thing to do right now, I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Forget about it. But if I were unable to get away from this, I would act right now. I wouldn't wait for this anti-white piece of shit to harm me. I would act right now.
You don't sit down on my shit.
Then the other guy from behind the camera guy was like, you better go farther than that. Vietnam, according to this guy, I'm no doctor, I'm not there, figure it out for yourself.
said there was no autism until we had vaccines.
Vietnam doesn't have anything. There's no such thing as autism in 1975, in year 2000, year 2001. There's no such thing. When Vietnam signed the WHO, when Vietnam signed into the International Monetary Fund, the banking system, Bill Gates and the Gates Foundation introduced the vaccination program into Vietnam. Now Vietnam has over a 300% rise in autism.
Okay, again, that is, I'm just sharing with you what this guy is saying. You can look into it for yourself. It seems in my life experience, it's like it's a statement that's accurate. Once again, white people are never victimized. Remember, we hear this all the time. We're never persecuted, discriminated against, exploited. Democrat Senator Ed Markey, and by the way, cucks out there, I thought this was fixed. This is illegal, right? It can't happen anymore. Except it doesn't matter if you make it illegal. If the social morality remains anti-white, it will never stop. Ed Markey is looking to hire interns, but he prefers if you are not white or straight. Here's his actual post. I'm hiring self-motivated, eager interns for the fall 2025 in my Boston office. Non-white, BIPOC, that's what it means. We don't call them by the names that they're taking. We don't take the names that they're giving. And LGBTQ plus, anti-whiteism, and other underrepresented candidates. So in other words, non-whites, females, furries, everything that is, because of its categorization in this way, is antithetical to Western civilization. With Massachusetts ties are encouraged to apply, but it's not legal. How can he do it? We already fixed it. I thought they fixed it. Shut up. Breaking. China has developed the world's first cyborg bee equipped with a miniature brain-controlled chip that directs its movements with 90% accuracy. Officials say the robotic insect could one day serve as a military scout. Everything the government is building is in some way intended to defeat other nations in conflict. So China has a cyborg bee, but we are making sure that if you have some very bizarre sexual proclivity, that you not only feel good at work, but that you are made the boss. That's what we're doing. We're making sure that those people who one day are a this and another day are the that they feel really good and confident about themselves, and they're happy to get out of bed in the morning and be your boss, while China has developed a cyborg bee. How about this? Valet robot in China. Look at this. Can't play the music. Look at this. Hold on. I gotta make that bigger. Turn that music off. Look at this thing. This parks your car. It just drove under the Mercedes. It picked it up. It drives it over here, backs it in because it's going to back it into its spot. So China has robots to valet your car. But in America, and in the West, the rest of the West, we make sure that females are our bosses. We make sure that the fiction of female superiority is maintained by cutouts for females so that they don't have to compete against the worst of the males. So we're preventing females from having some tears. We are making sure that their notions of themselves, that they are superior, stays intact, while China develops robot valet systems. Daily Mail, breaking. 2 women who were sued by France's First Lady, Brigitte Macron, after they claimed that she was born a man, have been acquitted by a Paris court today. How many of the nations across the West leadership? How many? Either the leader, him or herself,
or the spouse is a transformer more than meets the eye. Here's something to make you feel good. This poor senior citizen lady here has just crawled out of the rubble of her home after a tornado. And the reporters are here and they ask her if she's okay. And she's fine, but her dog is missing.
And what was it like when this came through?
I was holding my dog. I was sitting on the stool holding my dog. This was the game plan all through the years, to go in that little bathroom.
By the way, I love this woman. She is like every senior citizen Southern woman just about that I've ever met.
And the electric never went off because the electric went off in the bathroom about the same time I felt the stool come up out of the floor. And
terrifying.
I rolled around a little bit, and when it stopped.
Imagine how tough you got to be, a senior citizen woman, to live through this.
I was right there. That presto cooker is what I saw.
You were lying there in the rubble.
And I never lost consciousness. And I hollered for my little dog, and he didn't answer or didn't come. So I know he's in here somewhere. But it was there and it was gone. Just no time. And then it was light. And I thought, well, I'm okay. And I had some stuff on top of me. And I started wiggling.
Are you able to comprehend yet what happened here?
I know exactly what happened here. Exactly. And
what do you think of all this? This is your neighborhood. I can't imagine.
This is life in the big city.
The dog. The dog. The dog. Hi, Puppy. The dog.
Oh, Bouncy. Oh, Bouncy. Bless your little bitty heart. Help me. Oh, Bouncy. Oh. Come on, get him. Oh. God. Well, I thought God just answered one prayer to let me be okay. He answered both of them. Because this was my second prayer.
God bless her. If that don't warm your heart, nothing will. Do y'all remember this girl? Video has surfaced, come to light again. She disappeared after hanging out with Faith Goldie, and they were going to start some kind of a joint media venture. And then she disappeared. But what she has here to say, very powerful stuff. Let's listen.
I began to question, why do only white countries have the moral obligation to live in this experimental diversity? I began to question why Americans living in the land of the free were forbidden the freedom of association. I began to question why the same groups of people that benefit from our country's altruism are allowed to collectivize within our borders in peace, yet any semblance of white collectivism is considered a form of supremacy. I began to question, why do I have to morally justify the continuation of my people? I am no longer a civic nationalist. I'm no longer a civic nationalist because demographics matter. I'm no longer a civic nationalist because in our majority white country, it is considered controversial just to say it's okay to be white. And I'm no longer a civic nationalist because I won't stand by as whites become minorities in their own homelands just so that I can selfishly claim at the end of it all, at least I was an individualist. And I have a dream that one day whites will be equally permitted to live in their own countries as others do. I am no longer a civic nationalist, and I'm not sorry about it.
Amen to that.
Our white guilt, affirming our white community, creating our own story. Did you think you could stop our people going free? There is one option, one perspective, that is whatever serves white well-being. Every anti-white filled with negativity can't speak except for their insecurity, using their biology to launder the issue of white humanity, selling white babies as fodder for what is vain and mercenary. Fuck anti-whites and fuck their J-orbiters too. Stop hate, hoaxing our people and erasing our value. Go free, no white guilt. Go free, no white guilt. No white guilt. No white guilt, forming our white community, creating our own story. Did you think you can stop our people going free? There is one option, one perspective, that is whatever serves white well-being.
Yes.
Every anti-white filled with negativity can't speak except for their insecurity, using their biology to launder the erasure of white humanity, selling white babies as water for what is vain.
All right. We have, let me know that you can hear me. We got Wakanda coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Wakanda is in the house.
Go free, no white guilt.
Wakanda is in the house. We got Wakanda to talk about. We got joggers are jogging again. Excluding black people, though. We got Tucker. Tucker putting it down on Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk. It's Mossad, damn it. And potentially we have LA will provide cash assistance to illegals, intruders who are adversely affected by the feds.
Go free, no white guilt. Go free, no white guilt.
Anybody remember that girl's name? The redhead, pretty woman? She wasn't around very long. Right after she went and hung out with Faith Goldie. I don't even know if those pictures were widely shared. Maybe we should start a rumor that Faith Goldie killed her. Do you remember Wakanda? I love this, quite honestly. I love that Akon, the rapper, and now you wonder why I played one of our few rap pieces. By the way, we need to be in all genre of music. You might dislike a certain genre, this or that. We've got to be in all of them. So we need to be the best at all of them. We got to be at all of them. That's the reality. We need white people who are in leadership roles, who are versatile, who can do it all. We don't need any more people. You know, it reminds me, I just saw this and Kate had sent it to me. It was a tweet where a 7-Eleven on 7-Eleven, they were offering, bring in your own cup, you can fill it up. So this kid brings in one of those water cooler jugs, not a cup, right? Really stretching the definition. And he brings in the water cooler jug and he's like, I got my cup. And the 7-Eleven people filled it. I'm surprised. They filled it. And he gets a picture of himself. He's all smiles and he's a Jewish kid. So on Twitter, on X, they were all like, look at that. What a surprise. The Jewish kid is breaking the rules. And that's the response all the way down. It's just this focus on they're breaking the rules and boy, it's so typical of them. And here's another confirmation, another reason why you should hate Jews for the way they're born. You know what I see? Only about this much of me, a very little bit, less than a fingernail, says to me, oh, there's somebody breaking the rules. What I instead, because I'm an actual leader, I'm the hierarch of the white race. What I see is a child that's going to grow up to be a adult who's going to compete against the white male adults and crush them in business, in promotions, and he's going to do that by thinking laterally. He's going to do that by playing fast with the rules when it will be beneficial. We cannot be this people that is frozen in time. We can't be these people who are so rigid that we look at the rules and we're like, it's got to be the rules and nothing else but the rules. And then when someone breaks the rules, we say, oh, there's all the reasons why I dislike or hate those people or that specific one or whatever it is. Those days have got to go. The white race that comes through this are not going to be that white race. So when I see a non-white kid go in there with a water cooler jug to get his Slurpee or whatever they sell, whatever poison it is, I mean, maybe you can be happy that it's poison he's consuming. But I say, where's the white kid that backed up a cement truck? Where's the white kid that brought in the inflatable kiddie pool for his Slurpee? Where is the white little boy that thought outside of the bounds of the rules, that was laterally thought himself into a better position? Because if we don't do that, you're going to continue to be beaten and you're going to continue to complain about it. And complainers don't get shit done. So I know there's going to be a part of you that gets a little rankled and you're going to be like, but the rules, yes, the rules. When we are in Europe and, back in the day, and we were going to war against our brothers, our literal brothers, because they were under another king or empire or language or whatever it is, we said, hey, we're all actually brothers. So let's have some rules for this warfare, because warfare could be anything. It could be anything. So let's have some rules. All the way back in Aryan Greece, we even occasionally said, and you can consult the historians for this, we would show up with two tribes to conflict, and the leaders said, you know what? Instead of getting all these guys killed, let's have our two best fight. And then at worst, only one man gets killed. Maybe both of them may be at worst because the other one dies of his injuries. But then we will agree whoever wins the war. Whatever this is over, we'll agree. That happened. Ask the historians. Don't look to me for that. But as I recall, that happened. That's something that we can do when we're alone. We aren't alone. We live in this global, multiracial, anti-white environment. You better be teaching your little white boys to play fast with the rules, driven by the morality of our people, white well-being. And if that means that he's going to get more out of the deal than the Jewish kid, good. Because you better believe that mother and father of the Jewish kid, they're not scolding him for breaking the rules. They're celebrating him. I know I'm a new kind of leader for a new age. Proud Citizen says, Wakanda forever. Novi Hora is here. Jason, your dancing is on par to what, non-whites, I guess? Better. I'm better. I am better. You all don't even know the stories. I used to go to the clubs when they would start the music and no one was on the dance floor. I would go out by myself. I could tell you stories. I could tell you stories that ended in police foot chases. I could tell you stories about how I got up on this elevated like cube thing, and I was dancing, and the girl that everybody was trying to dance with started staring, and she was like, decided she wanted to dance with me because of the moves of the no white guilt. Then I end up in a fight that I crush, I win because of the jealousy of some non-white guys. I could tell stories. Maybe we'll come back to that. I don't know. I think the statute of limitations is up. The Westman says, my son says you should be president of the world. He's hired. He is hired. He obviously has a high IQ. Can see, wow, this would make all the difference. Think about this, young man, son of the West. Think about this. There are millions of adults that aren't as intelligent as you, who would never vote for me. They would vote for Rand Paul. Let's get into Wakanda forever. So Akon, if you didn't know, is a Senegalese rapper. And thanks to the white race, he has hundreds of millions of dollars for creating garbage music, and probably has gone through slews of white women. And imagine the finest tech of our best super sport cars that Jason here, with an IQ probably twice what Akon's is, like legitimately, can only go and like drool over the super sport cars created by white genius. That's all I can do. Akon gets to own them. So Akon got an idea, and he was going to build a handful of years ago Wakanda. And he was going, what was its actual name? I think I have it written down somewhere. Really a dumb name. Diamond. Of course, it's going to have the name Diamond in it. Looks like Diamond in No. He was going to call it. What an ugly name. Terrible aesthetics. Wait till you see the city. Diamond in No. And he was going to prove to the world that black people, they are the real builders. They are the real creators. They are the people who were really, they built America. Even Donald Trump said this. They built America. You remember that? 2020? Blacks built America. Except, I would say, where else have they built the West? Nowhere. So they didn't build shit. They have as much, and there can be, I can say this knowing wonderful black people. I can say this, and I know wonderful black people. And I can say they did not build America. They did not build Canada. They didn't build any of the West. In some cases, there were blacks that participated, but you know what? So did oxen. So when the white people are saying, move that there and put that there and move that here and put that there, there were also white people who were doing that. There were also Chinese people who were doing that. But where have the Chinese produced Western civilization? Nowhere. But Akon was going to set us all straight. He was going to go to Senegal, and he was going to create a Wakanda city made out of, what was the substance? Vibranium? Is that what it is? Somebody correct me, because I don't watch that crap. Is vibranium without the brain? Like Pinky and the Brain. You remember that? Is Pinky and the Brain. How'd that song go? And I never actually got to watch that cartoon. I saw commercials though, and they played the song. But he was going to go and build that, and he was going to require billions of investment. He was going to be getting that from other blacks with billions. You know what's interesting? The black nationalist, a certain black nationalist that has suffered a law that we named after him, Ye's Law,
who said he was going to do all these things for black people. And what about black people? Really revealing himself for not being concerned for black people at all. You know, when you have billions of dollars like he did, billions in wealth, he could have set up entire schools. You can't even imagine with that kind of money, all the good he could have done for black people, but he didn't. Instead, he just complains about his Jewish agents. And I got to tell you, I sympathize with the Jewish agents. They're performing a job that they're getting paid highly for, but those jobs that they do for this guy made him a billionaire. And let's face it, he would have been a janitor. He did not show up to help out Akon. Where was Kanye West's billions? Akon needed billions. But he was going to show with black ingenuity, black creativity, black intelligence that they could build Wakanda. So let's have a look at the Wakanda that was to be. I'm not playing the music because I'm sure that would. This is what, first of all, look at these buildings. They literally look like intestinal, like colon polyps. That's not our aesthetic. If I see this, I don't see my biospirit reflected back at me. But this was the vision. There it is, Wakanda, made of vibranium, minus the brain. Isn't it wonderful? Peer upon Wakanda. Wakanda forever. Look at this. We're going to take a zoom in. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Look at this. Proud Citizen says, it grates my nerves whenever I hear anti-white blacks claim they built America. Such nonsense. They didn't build shit part of America. There are wonderful individual black people who have contributed. They've been in the military and done stand-up jobs. They've been in the police and fire department. They've done plenty of black people in all different walks of life have contributed wonderfully. And for that, I sincerely embrace and salute them. And they are American citizens, 100%. And that doesn't take anything away from those people to say they didn't build shit. They didn't build, because here's the Wakanda that black people had the opportunity to build. You can look at the rest of Africa as well. Here we go. So now they're going to break it down. There is the Polyp Resort, the resort of Africa. Resort Chalet. African restaurant. I wonder what that's like. African open bazaar. That's the exact thing that we don't want to ever experience. Let's continue. Let me blow this so you can really I want you to get the real full. Look at these buildings. Are those not polyp and colon polyps? Are they not ass polyps? And then look at on the ground here, these buildings. Doesn't that look like some horrible intestinal disease? Like if your doctor took a picture of your colon and it looked like that on the inside, you would begin the preparations for your final days. Let's continue. All right, look at this. Here we have the casino. I'm sure there's a certain kind of rich in this community. And there are these stereotypes because there's often a lot of truth there. There's a certain kind of rich. I'm not going to say the front part of the word here. Certain kind of rich. I bet that casino would do a lot of business. You have a resort and spa. You have a multiple function stadium. Is that where the beheadings will take place? A parking structure and a mall. Look at the mall. Oh my God. Look at the hideousness that is the mall. We'll continue with our tour of vibranium construction. Tech 4. I just can't wait. Do you remember the videos about which country was it in Africa? Their space program? That's where they'll be studying the space program. Wakanda. Space. Seriously, look at this. If you are white, this is an absolute affront to your aesthetic. This leaves me wondering if it would be possible to build straight lines straighter than we've built them in the past.
You have a police station. Well, why would they need that? Blacks only misbehave when white people make them misbehave. Oh, it's probably for the white people who come down there to exploit the poor black people. You got an office building, residential building, a general hospital. What does that mean? General hospital. Just for the generals? Or they don't do anything specific there. We don't do anything specific at this hospital. Oh, we got some, I guess that's education. More public parking. This is gorgeous, isn't it? Filming studios, naturally, because you would need a lot of Hollywood magic to make us believe that this was built by the local population. Oh, and by the way, also Akon was endeavoring, as I understand, to get black people to move out of America and other Western countries to this Wakanda city, and there was zero interest. I wonder why that is. I wonder what it is. All of these efforts. I mean, you do know that the white man created a Western country. We got it started for blacks in Africa. Maybe you'll want to look it up yourself. A little bit of Monrovia. Maybe you'll want to look that up for yourself. And blacks didn't want to go. For some reason, they wanted to be around white people. It's a serious conflict that they have. Some of them, the anti-white blacks, they hate us, but they don't want to get away from us. They like all the running water, the electricity, the law and order, the white women that they can have access to. So they're going to need them filming studios. Ivan, yes, it's Liberia. Monrovia is the capital. Okay, I think we've seen enough of this gem, this turd of Africa. We'll jump over here. Singer Akon's failed futuristic city in Senegal ends up a $1 billion resort. Oh, that's what supposedly they're going to make it now. Another builder. Senegal, according to Bloomberg, Nova Horace says that's insulting to call them colon polyps. They're supposed to look like chitlins. Samuski says those buildings look like the anti-white infestation into our biospirit that forces us to accommodate non-white creativity, and it fails every time. In all seriousness, I wasn't. Thank you for saying that. I wasn't really going to go into it, but have you ever taken a moment to look into the artistic? You probably have here and there the so-called artistic creations of other peoples, and see the differences. And it's interesting because every time I've looked at black artists that are not being heavily influenced, or just take for instance that MLK or Black Empowerment or whatever it was statue. Where was it? Philadelphia. And it's like all this like twisting and everything. And people said it just looks like a dick. And you remember, that's this. That's what's coming out of their biospirit. That's what they want to see. And I get it. I want what we create. I want our glorious chapels, our glorious, everything we built Greco-Roman. I want to see, because that's a reflection. I want all the great cathedrals. Those things literally arrest me with awe and harmony with my biospirit. I get it. So there's a remedy to this. There's a remedy. Senegal scrapped R&B singer Akon's plans for a multi-billion-dollar city development on the country's Atlantic coast and opted for a scaled-back project. Now, this project isn't going to happen either. But this is Bloomberg. They're anti-white. So they're trying to make it sound like, oh, well, that one isn't quite going to work, but then there's going to be another one just as wonderful. Most of the land previously set aside for a futuristic Akon city, Wakanda, inspired by Wakanda, is back under state control after the artist failed to deliver on his $6 billion dream of a real-life Wakanda. This is so comical. If we had the money, if we had studios, I would love to make a movie, a spoof movie out of the real Wakanda. The fictional country from Marvel Studios. The Black Pride in all of these Hollywood movies we see for our whole lives, the black genius character in all of our life, and the black genius who's making expert use of the best futuristic tech available. And they put that on the screen, and he comes like hovering up in this Western hover car, and he gets out and he's decked out in this really gaudy, hideous way, but he's got all like floating holographics, and he's got all the tech that you could imagine. And he is like the ace in charge of all and then the white guy is like some bum he doesn't know. And then people are surprised when the white females are choosing the non-white males. The project no longer exists. What is that? Serni Mamadou Mboop. Serene Mamadou Mboop. Head of SAPCO Senegal, state-owned entity that develops coastal and tourism areas, told the press. Last year, SAPCO gave Akon 2 weeks to begin work on the development or risk forfeiting the land in Mboudine, about 80 kilometers, 50 miles southeast of Senegal's capital, Dakar. Most of the land was reclaimed. This should be the kind of thing that we always remind anti-white ofs about when they're telling us about how blacks built it all. America belongs to blacks. They build the West. Another great example of them building the West. SAPCO now plans, who cares? The goal to make whatever. The project is being developed as Senegal deals with a debt crisis. Okay. Private funding that may hamper Senegal's hopes of raising 600 billion of their francs from private investors. We've already seen some interested, says some general manager of tourism zones business unit in, was that Sablo something or other, the state's development partner. Okay. Senegal granted Akon 136 acres of land in 2020 for the project in 2020. Keep in mind that this project started in 2020. In 2-3 years, white developers put up entire shopping centers. In 2 or 3 years, white developers build entire neighborhoods with swimming pools, and it's glorious. Smooth, shimmering asphalt, perfectly laid curbs and sidewalks, manicured green lawns, everything done beautifully. Police station, waterworks, everything you can imagine. I guess I'm kind of coming to the reason why they never want to leave our white neighborhood. They just want to get in our white neighborhoods and tell us how we have to be white erased from them because they're injured somehow by our presence. I'm beginning to see a connection. So 5 years they've had to work on this. And Akon was really ambitious. He was going to have all of these billions funneled into his junk crypto coin. Talk about a scam from hell. This guy, I mean, even their scams are shit. Like, I've got this crypto coin that's worth nothing. We're going to funnel the 10 billion into my cryptocurrency, and that'll be the only currency you can use in Wakanda. Phase 1 of the project, which included the hospital, was scheduled for completion by 2023. So a full hospital was supposed to, surely could be done. White men would do that, no problem. Part of a 10-year timeline. So they were supposed to be done with Wakanda, of course, using vibranium without the brain, in 10 years. By the way, the Chinese do a damn good job too. They've built entire cities in their style, of course, where no one even lives. They don't even have, check it out for yourself to make sure I'm accurate. So a 10-year timeline. What's been done in the past 5 years? An unfinished youth center that functions also as an information center that's just got like some concrete. So unfinished. What did they get done? A basketball court. Oh my fucking God. The blacks in 5 fucking years got a basketball court. No one could make this joke up more accurately than the stereotype ever. Wakanda amounts to a basketball court? Oh my God. That is fucking hilarious. They built a basketball court. Holy shit. You know, the only other thing that could have got done is if they would have invited KFC to come and build a franchise. Akon, a Senegalese American singer, he's retained 8 hectares. That's a huge amount of land. That will form a part of the project covering 500 hectares that Sapco has taken back. So nothing will continue to be done. All right, so here is Akonopolis. Inside Akon's unfinished 4.7 billion pounds superhero inspired crypto city of the future, plagued by lawsuits and still a building site. There's what it was supposed to be. Look at this hideous monstrosity. And there he is, the genius. Absolute genius. I mean, what was that guy's name? Oh, shit, it's slipping me right now. He had down in Florida, he built Coral Castle by himself. Scallion, something Scallion. Lead Scallion. Lead Scallion is his last name. And he was in love with a woman, white man, and then at the last moment before marriage, she cut it off. He moved out to the outskirts of town, and in his sadness and broken heart, he built Coral Castle that to this day, they don't know how he moved these stones. There are theories, but stones, many, many tons, he moved by himself, created these works of wonder. Lead Scallion could have built Wakanda faster than this. But there's your genius. There it is, folks. Let me put it up. There is the concrete after 5 years of black construction that was going to be at some point in the future a youth center / information center. And then somewhere back there is the basketball court. So they fell a little short of the fiction. They fell a little short. Here are some cows. They're going to, this shit will fall apart. This shit will be taken over by a warlord in no time. Here you have people making fun of it. on Twitter. The vision, the reality. Let's kill that sound. Look at this. Holy God. This is truly hilarious. And so we have to leave Wakanda. The Wakanda vision for the future. The black race built America. They also built Egypt. You heard that as well, right? And Aryan Greece. They built that as well. So really, we owe everything to them for building Western civilization, setting the foundations for the white man. More evidence of their genius here. We move away from this, although I do want to see if you all have anything snarky to say about the genius of Wakanda. And instead, we're gonna move over to. No, I think we will come back to the running while black tells a new story about who belongs in the sport. Blacks literally complaining about not being allowed to be joggers. I mean, I think being a jogger is part of the problem. Literally citing Ahmed Aubrey and saying, that's why we need to get rid of the white people. There's actually, in all seriousness, some lessons in this. But we got to get to one individual by the name of Tucker Carlson that has decided to reach down and find a pair, little cutout from his speech just 2 days ago at TPUSA.
Real answer is Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf of Intel Services, probably not American. And we have every right to ask, on whose behalf was he working? How does a guy go from being a math teacher at the Dalton School in the late 70s with no college degree to having multiple airplanes, a private island, and the largest residential house in Manhattan?
Okay, so this is exactly a tiny piece of all of the information that is out there that people know about. That's about Epstein and his blackmailing operation, etc. This is just a tiny piece. These are all completely legitimate things. Tucker is right. Should be able to be discussed. But of course, Jews who are more loyal to Israel than to the United States, which would make them what? Anti-white. A percentage of the overall Jewish population, anti-white. That's what we have a problem with. And unable, as a consequence, a la Laura Loomer, to discuss where we are injured by this nation state on the other side of the globe.
Where did all the money come from? And no one has ever gotten to the bottom of that because no one has ever tried. And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this...
Has it been that no one's ever tried? No. It's not been that people have tried, people have succeeded, finding a great deal of information. That's why we have all this information. That's why, as Tucker says here, everyone he knows in Washington, D.C. believes credibly that Israeli intelligence, Mossad, were operating a blackmail operation in the United States that was ensnaring American wealthy power holders, Americans in office, prospective office holders, and then obviously the next step is to use the blackmail, the compromat information to ensure that they would favor Israel. Now, what have you seen out of the Brown boys, Bongino and Patel? Literally praising and saying that we have to put America, we have to put Israel first. Cash and Patel literally said, we have to put Israel first. Bongino, when asked in a recent interview, what is most dear to your heart? Bongino said, Israel. This is the influence of this country in the United States and in other Western countries, and the treason of, when it's in the West, anti-white Jews who put Israel ahead of the countries of their origin, the countries of their birth. Now, who can take up white well-being right now? Where will the arguments for the go free strategy that I have created and that many other genius white men and women have contributed to, where can this find an amenable audience? Where can this be heeded with everybody who is wondering about why Israel is allowed to operate a blackmail operation in the United States? What can't work with all of these millions of white people who are being presented with the information about this treason, this infidelity of anti-white Jews, jingoist Jews for Israel in the United States? Well, you're not going to be able to go to our white brothers and sisters and tell them that Jewish people are born evil. They simply know that's not true. They know Jewish people who are good people. They know Jewish people who are concerned with America or Canada or etc. What if some of these Jews that white people know, conservative white people, normal white people, what if some of those Jews are lying to them? What if they're saying, you know what, I don't put Israel first, I put America first, but they're lying? What if that happens? Well, if you're using the go free practice, they're still caught in the net. Because the moment their actions or comments or logic, arguments that they make pivot away from the health of our countries, the health of the United States, it is easily and immediately identifiable as anti-white. So they're still caught in the net of whether or not they're going to be anti-white or not. This is a magnificent moment in history for white well-being, for the white race. We have an opportunity, and Tucker's got a lot more to say here. We have an opportunity to reach an increasingly amenable white race. They are going to reject claims that all Jewish people are evil, that Jewish people, if they're evil and they're always going to be traitors, what are the obvious conclusions about what has to happen for Jews? That all Jews, even innocent ones mixed in the group, are going to have to suffer some sort of injustice. They're going to have to be put under some sort of microscope. Their participation in power and how much money they can have is going to have to, and none of that's going to happen. White people are not going to participate in that. But patriotic white people are absolutely open to questioning the ability of a foreign state to undermine the welfare of our countries. Absolutely. In the very next breath, they're going to be amenable to transitioning to a focus on our people, that the country is us, to an argument that doesn't vilify all Jewish people, but does vilify the anti-white ones, the ones who will put Israel ahead of the United States, Israel ahead of Canada.
This guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into...
There are 7,000 people there at minimum cheering for Tucker right now saying that.
thinking that that's naughty.
They didn't get to this point. Don't be confused. They didn't get to this point because of people who are J-spurging, who are saying that all Jews are evil, that Jews have too much power, that Jews are always going to injure white people. They didn't get to this point because of that.
There is nothing wrong with saying that. There is nothing hateful about saying that. There's nothing anti-Semitic about saying that. There's nothing even anti-Israel about saying that. I've spent my entire life pretty much in Washington, where I knew and loved a number of people, including one very close person who worked at CIA. That has never prohibited me from saying, I think the CIA has done some horrible things, murdered a bunch of people, participated in the murder of a sitting U.S. president. It's got a whole trail of crimes. That doesn't make me a disloyal American. It doesn't make me anti-American in any sense. I was born here. My family's been here for hundreds of years. I love this country. That's why I live here. So criticizing the behavior of a government agency does not make you a hater. It makes you a free person. It makes you a citizen. You're allowed to do that because you're not a slave. You're a citizen.
You know what else? You are allowed to criticize the behavior and thoughts of people, not their birth. Do you see how what we're doing here slides perfectly right in to what is the argument Tucker is making? Really focus on the fact that Tucker is talking about a subject that is the third rail, Israel. And the audience, and he's talking about it in a way that the audience is able to receive. Note well that this is the exact same rationale for objecting to the behavior and thoughts of people when the behavior and thoughts are anti-white. When that behavior and thoughts endorses, engenders, creates, maintains the ideology of anti-whiteism. These things are, the rationale for both are identical.
And you have a right to expect that your government will not act against your interests, and you have a right to demand that foreign governments not be allowed to act against your interest. That's not creepy. It shouldn't be forbidden. And yet all of us have trained ourselves to believe that you can't say that somehow, that that's like too naughty and forbidden. And the effect of making that off limits has been to create a lot of resentment, and I'll say it, hate online, where people feel like they can't just say, like, what the hell is this? You have the former Israeli prime minister living in your house. You have had all this contact with the foreign government. Were you working on behalf of Mossad? Were you running a blackmail operation on behalf of foreign government? By the way, every single person in Washington, D.C. thinks that. I've never met anyone who doesn't think that. I don't know any of them that hate Israel.
Now, let me point out there, too, there's so many lessons to take away, and so few people can get all of the lessons. How many times have you heard the schmucks, the awful, vile, garbage, anti-Jew spurgs who endlessly attacked me for decades? How many times have you heard them that you just need to tell people so that they can learn that the evil Jews are behind everything? Once they learn that the evil Jews are behind everything, then everything changes. Then you'll be able to persecute the Jews. Then you'll be able to deprive and divest them and everything else. Those are the natural outcomes for concluding that they're evil. And here you have me over the decades saying everybody who matters knows that the Jews have massive power as a group, as a people. A percentage of them, not every single individual, but there's a percentage of them that act as a people, individual well-being by way of group well-being. All of the wealthy people know this of every race. All of the white people know it. All of the people in government know it. The state governments, the federal government, they all know it. They've always known it. And here's Tucker saying they all know it. They all know these things. So all of this endless talk about you're focusing on Jews and how evil they are, has never been something that could benefit the white race. It could only undermine the creation out of a people out of our deracinated race. Everybody with wealth and power and etc. knows already about power wielded by a percentage of the Jewish population. My God, I've been right for all of these decades. And you know what? None of that scum is going to come back and apologize and say you were right, and we should be building a people instead.
But no one feels they can say that. Why? And I think the longer that we play along with it, the more subterranean and creepy and hateful the conversation actually becomes. So I think it's better just to say it right out loud. Did this happen? And of course, that question has been asked to the government of Israel, and their answer is, we're not going to tell you. And I think our answer should be, no. As long as we're sending you money, if you were committing crimes on our soil, we have an absolute right to know, did you do this or not?
Yes, absolutely.
And yet,
not just here. What matters here is that in the vast majority of normal white households, will say yes to that.
Everybody has been so brainwashed into thinking that's somehow an expression of hate or bigotry when it's not. It's a baseline question that every U.S. citizen has a right to an answer on. What the hell was this? And by the way, if it turns out that it was nothing.
And that's the end of the clip. Good ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a very brief break. We're going to come back. We've got the joggers. We've got our swashbuckling victories. We have our financial gifts. And I will see you in just a moment after this epic tune.
All I ever knew was this wonderful place. Everything I've been through, they can't take that away. I'm not talking destination, but it's all where you're at. So no matter where I go to, my mind is intact. 'Cause I'm a man of the West, even across the sea, upon the highest mountain, or wherever I'll be. I'm still a man of the West, as far as the world can reach. And oh, I've been blessed to be a man of the West. Sweet enough to make you cry, thinking of the sacrifices, the men who laid down their lives to give us endless chances. Regardless what you say, my people left them all, and there's so much more to create. So onward we march, 'cause I'm a man of the West, even across the sea, upon the highest mountain, or wherever I'll be. I'm still a man of the West, as far as the world can reach. And oh, I've been blessed to be a man of the West. I'm a man of the West, no matter how far. And if you feel me, brother, you know who you are. You are a man of the West, even across the sea, that fire spirit's in me. Upon the highest mountain, still me, or wherever I'll be. I'm still a man of the West, as far as the world can reach. And oh, I've been blessed to be a man of the West. 'Cause I'm a man of the West, even across the sea, upon the highest mountain, or wherever I'll be. I'm still a man of the West, as far as the world can reach. And oh, I've been blessed to be a man of the West.
All right, let me know that you can hear me okay, as the people who are do-nothings have left the show. They don't want to celebrate the victories with us because they don't understand them. You know how that works. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get on over to celebrating the great Franklinator for all of the hard work that he does, including timestamps, gathering victories, according to the criteria that I give him, the great Franklinator. Big salutes, brother. Let's celebrate. We're going to rock through these because we're already a little bit over time with our education. Church of the West. Yeah, let me know that you can hear me okay. We hear you, says Corey. God bless you, brother. Let's continue the celebration for Cool Papa J Magic, We Are Western Kind, The Ivan, Biospirit of the West, and Franklin for swashing on Donald Trump Jr. That's how we get concepts. That's how we got concepts, our concepts into the mouth of Donald Trump Sr. and change the world, if you all remember. Big salutes to everybody swashing over there. Great work. Well done. Let's continue the celebration for our just posted today, our press release from the Foundation for White Wellbeing, rebutting the evil anti-white ADL for their defamation of white people who aren't anti-white enough when they seek to render aid and rescue to our white brothers and sisters. You'll be able to find that on my X timeline, and I'm sure others have retweeted it already, and maybe we'll give a read to it a little later. We want to celebrate in the creation of this press release Jay Bishop for writing the press release, and Biospirit of the West and yours truly for giving it an editorial adjustments and posting it online. Big salutes. Let's rock it out. Big salutes. Raucous emojis. Wild in your seats, ladies and gentlemen. The ultimate way to reach back out and slap the anti-white ADL right in the face. I want to also celebrate, if we could quickly, Nocturnia, who I am seeing all over the place again on X. Big salutes for Nocturnia. She's rocking it out. Well done, Sister Swashbuckler. Let's get into, if I can, our images for this week of successes. We will put that right up on the screen here. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, and you know what this is all about. Why we start with that. Very reason why folks left the stream. We have Anglo-Saxon NWG. Anti-whites are driven by jealousy and envy. Swashing over on Captive Dreamer. Over 1,000 people are empowered by his work over on Captive Dreamer's audience. We're going to keep it rolling. Anglo-Saxon NWG again. 2,000 people empowered under Daniel Concannon there. 220 likes and growing. Quote, white supremacist was always an anti-white slur used to bludgeon us. Give it up for the swashbuckling command. This is how you see the concepts that liberate Western kind. Here he is again. Quote, racist was always an anti-white slur. 1,000 working on 1,700 human beings empowered in the audience of a content creator called Sass, with again 123 likes, retweets, and the more. Anglo-Saxon NWG back again. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism under the quartering? Getting over 1,000 people giving likes to being empowered by these concepts, these arguments. 58 replies as well. Keep it going in deep celebration. This is how the West is won. Connor swashing over on Basil, saying racist is an anti-white slur. These non-whites are so hostile to white people and our well-being that they will march for anti-white rapists while vilifying white people for seeking any form of justice on behalf of the victims of anti-whiteism. He empowered almost 1,800 people in Basil the Great's audience. 129 likes and retweets and growing, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep it going. Connor again, this time in the audience of I am, yes, you are, no, empowering 7,390 people over there with hundreds of likes, nearly 800 likes. My goodness. Anti-white pig just wants to see more white men imprisoned for whatever reason at all. We're already guilty, in quotes, doing that perfectly, of provoking her envy. Anti-whiteism is caused by jealousy and envy. And the website, get some big salutes right there. We'll keep it going. Connor, the swashbuckling general, here under I Hypocrite with nearly 10,000 people in I Hypocrite's audience being empowered. Again, hundreds and hundreds of likes. He writes, we have all been anti-white conditioned from birth. The conditioning influences whites to endanger themselves in many ways. Some white people get with non-white men who see them as easy meat and take advantage of them. Western kind is unwell and needs to go free of anti-whiteism. And this meme here, ladies and gentlemen, nowhiteguilt.org. Give it up for Connor. Empowering with concepts and dialectics. Connor back again, this time under Michael O'Keefe. And in Michael O'Keefe's audience, he empowers 5,000 of them so far. Nearly 500 likes and retweets. Islamic and frankly, any non-Christian, non-European rituals and processions have no place on Irish streets. This slapping ritual is an especially noxious display. Thank God and thank the Irish people that it was stopped in many, and may it never befoul Irish streets again. Big salutes to the swashbuckling General Connor for Western kind. Keeping it going, Connor again, this time under Tommy Robinson, empowering 5,400 human beings in Tommy Robinson's audience with this. Anti-white, non-white intruders like him reject white Western norms, creating chaos in our people, relatively peaceful societies, and endangering our people. Their presence, enabled by anti-whiteism, undermines our well-being, contributes to white erasure, and lowers our quality of life. Perfectly said. Hundreds of likes again. I'm telling you, Connor this week really standing out as a swashbuckling leader. Non-Perel. Give it up for this hero and champion. Cool Bubba J Magic empowering over 680 people who gave likes in Black Pigeon Speaks audience. It's coming from everywhere, Jason. Your community isn't doing it. Cool Bubba J Magic writes, it's not the cities, it's the people in them. The cities are just cities. That is what decades of white erasure gets you. I'm willing to bet if it were only us living there, there'd still be hotspots for growth and innovation. Absolutely correct. 07s, Rogus emojis, show the love. He's back again, this time in the Lotus Eaters audience. And of these mostly abstractionist circles, the cool is educating, empowering 1,000 of them with this post, giving likes to this. Anyone else sick of funding white erasure? Not only are we victimized by anti-white violence, we are expected to pay for them to live here, hand over our white spaces, abandon our social norms, expectations for behavior, and suffer quietly through all of it. As a matter of fact, we must be excited about the opportunity to give everything we know and love to people who hate us. Anti-whiteism infuriates me. This swashbuckling God deserves your praise. And crepitant emojis. Make them crepitant, my folks. He is back again under Officer Tatum. He is all over the map like Anglo-Saxon NWG, reaching out and empowering our brothers and sisters everywhere they might be found. This time, 711 human beings in Officer Tatum's audience empowered with this. These people have no shame in their anti-whiteism. Folks, this is an audience of white people there. There are good non-white people there as well, but the white people there are entirely conservative ilk and are as likely to be listening to Benny Shapiro or Benny Johnson. And here they are giving likes and being empowered by the great cool Papa J Magic. Show the respect he deserves. Back again, this time under Sargon. Man, this guy Kua is something else. 300 plus human beings in Sargon's audience so far have given a like and been empowered by, quote, hope means anti-whiteism, and, quote, hate means white people. So their real name, when translated, is anti-whiteism, not white people. Big salutes. That is the kind of sobering assessment that recaptures our destiny. Folks, he can't be stopped. This is 914. What was this? That was 304. Here's 914. Also under Sargon. Still working on 1,000 more of Sargon's people. Anti-whiteism is destroying all of our countries. Every last one. None will be left out if this goes unaddressed. Unbelievable power, genius applied to our actual circumstance. Not a bunch of intellectual masturbation, but the actions of men of the West. Give it up for the cool Papa J Magic. Ivan the Arbol is here. Almost 3,000 human beings empowered, hundreds of likes and retweets under Canadian Patriot. In Canadian Patriot's audience, he writes, feminism is a subset of anti-whiteism, used to facilitate white erasure through the destruction of the white nuclear family. Anti-whites despise all white people, including white women. Thanks to, quote, feminism, white women are less happy than they've ever been. And he shares this meme, give it up for the Ivan, who actually, folks, is like some sort of a demigod on X. Everywhere you turn, the Ivan is defeating the anti-whites. The Ivan is back, this time under Dr. Duchesne, with 2,200 more people empowered by writing diversity, in quotes, equals anti-white euphemism for white erasure. Epic meme that directs people back to the source where they can be further empowered and we together can recapture our destiny. All salutes for this hero, swashbuckling general, nonpareil. JK-160 in it this time, swashing over on 9mm SMG with over 3,000 people empowered with his swashing. Hundreds of likes and retweets. He writes, interesting how you didn't catch it. Most don't. In every movie, TV show, even commercial, there is an anti-white narrative. It's how they make white people feel guilty, and they don't even know why. Stop watching movies. Big salutes for the swashbuckler over on 9mm, setting him straight and liberating his audience from the chains of abstractionism that bind them. We got King Dice in a moment. Here you have the great homeless bear, over 7,000 people with hundreds of likes and retweets in the audience of Senator Babbitt. He writes this, it's only happening to white countries. It's deliberate, systematic white erasure due to anti-whiteism. People showing up to read the post. They follow this senator. They love him. And they've showed up, and now over 7,000 of them with hundreds of likes are empowered by our great swashbuckling commander. Give him love. Liberating the people from the chains of abstractionism. Olav Anston, always rocking it out as a champion in service to white well-being. 1,500 people empowered in the audience of Tim Murdoch, who is obviously already going to have a lot of people who are looking in the right way at things. He says this, that's right to what Tim had written with this epic meme, anti-whites don't deserve access to white people. No white guilt.org. Show the love for this swashbuckler, always active, always a hero. Olav. TM. Under Tommy Robinson, a post been deleted, but TM before that deleted, receiving hundreds of likes and liberating over 6,300 people from the confusion and death of abstractions by saying it's scary seeing the extent to which anti-whiteism has permeated our society. Our champions, ladies and gentlemen, they are everywhere. Sometimes they ride alone in the dead of the night or the dawn of morning, liberating brothers and sisters across the world. TM, one of our best. Let's keep the celebration going. Look at this, 160 people tuning in to the Shade Tree, the Tree Godfather. Let's celebrate the Tree Godfather in the Shade Tree Spaces, CKO co-hosting, and everyone contributing from this community. Their genius. So many new folks are coming to the conversation because of this work. Big salutes. This is yet another form of swashbuckling. Ladies and gentlemen, you bring the people in, you get talking about the different subject matter, you compel the conversation to stay focused brilliantly, as the Tree Godfather does, on white well-being, and things evolve. The liberation, you can hear the chains falling to the floor. Biospirit of the West, leader of the OT, tweeting out against the ADL. The anti-white ADL objects to any organization which takes the side of white people on any issue. Speaking out for white well-being is a noble endeavor. Brilliantly articulated, tagging the ADL, letting them know we're not getting pushed around. The white race isn't getting pushed around anymore. Maybe the goal has to be to ruin the reputation. Maybe the Foundation for White Well-Being has to ruin the reputation once and for all of the ADL. With 1,558 people, hundreds of likes and retweets, these people being liberated with the tools of white well-being. God bless Biospirit. Western Kind Art getting involved, working on 2,000 people being empowered, growing inches taller, glowing gold, hundreds of likes, retweets, and this is under Daniel Concanon. She writes, the Great Replacement makes it sound fairly nice. She's so right. White erasure sounds more accurate. Call it what it is. They are erasing white people via legal immigration. I stand with the swashbuckling lady. Absolutely 100% well articulated and well done empowering our people. White Dragon, ladies and gentlemen. Her name, one of her names on Twitter now, empowering over 1,000. She is everywhere. She's getting 10 times this number with every one of her tweets, every one of her posts. She does an amazing job. She writes, there is no place for anti-whites. White, example, Antifa or non-whites in the West. Oh my God. Yes, indeed. Give up the big love for the White Dragon. Flaming, blowing the white fire, white magic on the bodies of our people to rouse them from their somnolence and death. The White Dragon, God bless you, sister. There you have it, folks. We did this. There's a definite anti-white feeling in the country that can't be allowed either. Let us round it out with the great King Daisa.
Your website and realize there's a policy proposal that says your plan, and I'm going to quote it for folks, is to shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. Explain why you are bringing race into your tax proposal.
Because that's what cultural Marxism does. Instead of pitting the lower class proletariat against the supposed rich upper class, the bourgeoisie, the business owners in traditional communism, and then convincing the ignorant and uneducated, angry masses to then organize into mobs and then violently overthrow and, as he plans to do in New York, seize the means of production, the cultural Marxists pit white people as the ruling class bourgeoisie and then pit all BIPOCs, black, indigenous, and people of color, all non-white, as the poor proletariat underclass permanently being oppressed by the white man. Which is why we've seen anti-whiteism off the charts in recent years, like this on the New York Times. New Hampshire is 94% white. It is now trying to figure out how to change that. You see, they frame white people as the problem, of course, and then they need less white people, or I guess for you grammar Nazis out there, fewer white people everywhere.
Celebrate the great King Dice, and we'll be right back. Oh, my Lord, nothing but victories. The spreading, if people don't understand, very briefly, the story that you are in is determined by the concepts you use. And we're going to be getting into that lesson here very soon. The stories you use determined by the concepts you use. So promulgating the concepts and the arguments, the dialectics that are associated with these concepts liberate our people from the anti-white narrative, the story that oppresses, suppresses, and keeps us in bondage. But let's continue the raucous emojis for the financial gifting before we get to the rest of that. The financial gifting of Anonymous. Anonymous financially gifting today 50 white well-being dollars, 50 of them. Celebrate that 50 white well-being. Save the baby dollars, ladies and gentlemen. As I make sure that we are refreshed everywhere. I look around the room. That is Anonymous. $50 for white well-being. God bless you. Not every Anonymous has the same. So we got different people who are up to the task, and they are financially gifting. And every time we get a financial gift, we celebrate, even if they just want to be known as Anonymous. Thank you so much, dear Anonymous. Let me turn around here and let's see. Looks like we are clean on Subscribe Star. We got to celebrate the great Corey. Corey's in the live chat. Working man, rocking it out. Hero in service to white well-being, swashbuckler, financially gifting $50. Thank you so much, Hero. A true swashbuckling man of the West. We also have another true swashbuckling man of the West, and that is First Last. Financially gifting on this day, the 13th, when Donald Trump is a very different man today. $100. $100. And this he is doing in a very pristine way in the name of Anglo-Saxon NWG. Extra salutes for that, recognizing Anglo-Saxon's efforts. Anglo-Saxon NWG, God bless First Last for that gift, and that gift in the name, recognizing the hard work of a fellow swashbuckler. Really a community. That's really what we are, a legitimate community. You don't see this anywhere else in the white sympathetic sphere the exact same way as we do it. God bless you for that, good champion. Let me turn around and see if we have any more to celebrate. $20 or more is a celebration. Otherwise, I will circle around and get to all financial gifts and comments. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. I want to see what you have to say while we are together. And it looks as of right now that we have gotten to everybody, so we haven't missed anybody who potentially could have gifted. We will jump right into the thaumatological mailbag so we can make sure that we get to the rest of what we want to cover today. And we have an item in the thaumatological mailbag, ladies and gentlemen. I was so delighted to see an item in the thaumatological mailbag. I saw some schmucks, and they were like, this is some time back, and they were trying to type out thaumatological. They're like, what is that even? What is he talking about? You're in the wrong class. Take a look at this lovely card. Look at that. It's bunnies playing badminton, I think. What could be more cute than this? This is a wonderful card. Thank you so much. I'm going to give my thanks to Marilyn, who writes here, have a terrific summer. Thank you so much. Let's all salute Marilyn for the $20 that she financially gifts with this glorious little card and well wishes for summer. It has been a hot summer, but it's been lovely. I put that here. We'll see. Can you see this? Oh, yes, we can. There we go. The bunnies playing badminton. Thank you so much. $20 from Maryland. God bless you. Thank you for that. We got to keep it moving. I got to see maybe too if we can pull up that tweet of mine and see if we can share our post in rebuttal to the ADL. Maybe we'll save that for Wednesday. Maybe we'll save that for Wednesday unless we come back sooner. But because we are indeed, as I look at the clock, running out of time, and I want to make sure I get to everyone and everything that we have here. We do still have... What am I looking at? What do we have here? Oh, I see. We do still have, as the sun has set in the once great state of Virginia, we are now looking on Washington, D.C. from the air. A drone is flying, giving us this beautiful imagery. Jeffrey is here. Good to see you. Hello. Let me know that the screen is working, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Running while black. Now, there was another article in the Washington Times that they decided to deny me for some curious, fun reason. So instead, but we also have this. So I wanted to take a look at it because we suddenly have this phenomenon of black people complaining that they can't be joggers. And I just find that absolutely hilarious because I thought the jogging was a little part of the problem. I mean, like you saw in the airport there was some jogging, and we're seeing jogging. That's a problem. But they're saying they can't jog. This is actually, I'm going to try to be a little serious, a serious example of anti-whiteism. Because what is the problem for these blacks who want to jog? Well, the problem is that white people jog at all. The problem is that they have to see white people. The problem is that they have to be around if they're going to look in the jogging magazines, if they're going to go to a jogging event, like a long run, maybe. These arguments, they have to be around white people. And they're complaining that they are injured by this, by the presence of white people. But of course, they're not going to say, we just need to get rid of you. They're going to say that, well, we've got to carve out a space for us blacks, when they've never been prohibited from jogging. They've never been stopped. Anybody can put on a pair of sneakers and head out and have a jog, but they have to create this illusion, this lie within the anti-white narrative, which will be put into entertainment in has been numerous iterations, will be put into classrooms where they will talk about how blacks are harmed because white people aren't inviting enough when it comes to jogging. I shit you not. That's seriously how ridiculous anti-whiteism is. But do not fall into the trap that a white cuck will fall, which is just to laugh at this and think that you can laugh it away. Think that you can snide it away, because you can't do that. You have to address the anti-whites. You have to address that the outcome of their desires, of their objectives, is white erasure. What is wrong with these people? Why are they so anti-white? Runners are skinny white people, lowercase w. This was what Allison, we'll just call her by her first name, thought until she came across a social media post from a friend. A 200-pound black man who was training for his first marathon, looking for a way to break through the persistent bout of depression. She signed up for a marathon as well. Now, where does the depression come from? It's going to be the fault of white people. So you're being blamed again. Much to her surprise, after 16 weeks of training with a
Leukemia and Lymphoma Society running club in Manhattan Central Park, Allison completed the race. And from then on, she was hooked. So what do you know? What do you understand from that very first paragraph? Is that she's a black woman. She went out to, because of her depression, to train so that she could run a marathon, have something to do with her life. And the white people in the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and I'd be willing to bet that it's majority white people, they were like, get out, you filthy Ahmed Aubrey jogger. Oh, actually, no, they didn't say that. They said, come right on in, Allison, come right on in. Everybody's welcome to jog, and we will train you so that you can escape your affliction of depression. As a consequence of these white people being kind to her and helping her out, her depression was addressed and she was hooked on jogging. In her new memoir, yeah, I could just totally see the white people. I could see the white joggers. You know, when a black person walked in, they were like, oh, do you see that filthy non-white into the room? Surely we can make them depart because jogging is only for us, white people. We will make them feel terrible by helping them cure the depression. Then they will never return and we will be done with their filthiness. In her new memoir, Running While Black. So here's the way she repays the white people at the Cancer Society. Here's how she repays them. In her new memoir, Running While Black, which seems like super redundant. Isn't that like, I mean, with Wakanda and with the guy in the airport and everything this weekend, I mean, come on. Finding freedom in a sport, subtitle, Finding Freedom in a Sport That Wasn't Built for Us. So stabbing white. So isn't this so true to form? White people welcoming non-white people, embracing them, helping them with their problems. And then what happens if the non-white person is anti-white, turns right around, stabs him in the back? Now, why is it that Allison feels that she is somehow wronged or injured by this? What's the tangible essence of the problem? That white people are there. White people are in the Cancer Society's jogging club. And so she feels injured by looking around and seeing white people. Let me ask you, Allison, do you kind of feel like a need to be around your own people? Maybe go start Wakanda? Maybe don't come into our spaces and tell us with these circuitous anti-white arguments that we are evil because so many of us in our space are white. Maybe don't do that, you piece of shit. She tells her story of her non-traditional path to long-distance running. Along the way, she reframes the history of American running. Oh, she reframes it to be anti-white. Reframes the history of American running. So white people in America were like, hey, you want to jog? We could jog. This could be like a new thing. And we went out and jogged. Sometimes we jog by ourselves, sometimes together. Companies come together and they're like, hey, we'll make jogging shoes. How about shorts for jogging? How about, and then they start selling that stuff. Now there's a new history where white people, the whole purpose of jogging was to exclude blacks. This is so despicable. Along the way, she reframes the history of American running by including contributions of little known yet influential black runners. Yeah, white America hasn't celebrated black athletes enough. That's the problem. When it comes to running and jogging and sprinting and playing sports, we don't celebrate blacks enough. We need more celebration of blacks. The fact that we only celebrate them all the time is evidence of how evil the white race is. Runners like ultra marathon pioneer Ted Corbett, and of course, just other blacks. You should be celebrating them. If you're white, you should defer and not jog. In the decades since her start in the sport, when white people helped her at the Cancer Society, she's completed many runs, including the New York and Boston marathons and the run for all women from Harlem to Washington, D.C. She's also served as a... Can we conclude that since you ran for this all-women thing, women, that you're anti-white? Because I wonder if we ran for white males, if you would conclude that that was evil. She also served as a founding co-chair of the Running Industry Diversity Coalition, which you're not going to be surprised, is focused on white erasing jogging. I wish this were a joke. A nonprofit founded in July 2020 that is devoted to increasing racial equity and fostering greater inclusion across all aspects of the sport and the associated industries, the sport of jogging. I mean, you can't really fathom how anti-white this anti-white pig actually is. That she wants to white erase something that the vast majority of people do by themselves. Every now and again, they get together to run in marathons, and it's a competition. It's amongst each other. It's a personal challenge for people. But you see too many white bodies. That's your problem. This is how these kind of people should be addressed. As running while black makes a case for why anyone might consider giving running a try, it also delivers a searing indictment of the ways in which the running industry perpetuates white supremacy and the marginalization of non-white voices. What in the fuck are you talking about? You are an anti-white piece of filth. In all sports, blacks are everywhere, celebrated everywhere, fawned after everywhere by the media, by the population. Interviewed everywhere, lauded everywhere. Algorithms drive audiences over and over to where they just can't help themselves but follow, because they're being driven again and again and again to black content creators, non-white content creators focused on fitness, on jogging, on running, on track, etc. But she says that's not enough. They're marginalized. How you can only make these arguments when any white people is a problem. When a single white person is a problem for you. A single white interview is a problem for you. Allison also advocates for concrete steps the sport can take toward becoming inclusive. I wonder what these are going to be. I'm interested. Are you interested? What can the sport, tag me as No White Guilt if you have any ideas for what the sport can do to become less white, because that's what inclusive means. To become white erased. What can the sport really do? Tag me as No White Guilt. And here is, look at this. Doesn't she look like a charming piece of shit? Look at that anti-white, vile, angry black female. Angry, anti-white black female. Now, she's interviewed by NPR. She's interviewed by mainstream news. They are selling her anti-white filth book in on the biggest platforms and advertising it. Or is NPR going to interview me? I was a star athlete. Are my books going to be pushed? Absolutely not. To both of those. But she's the one who's marginalized. I am the one enjoying, quote, white supremacy. By the way, with that gut, does that look like she runs much? I think we need to investigate whether or not she actually finished these races. More rolls in a bakery coming off this one. Allison spoke to NPR because she's marginalized and pushed out of jogging by the white supremacists about how running transformed her relationship to her body. So she was in worse shape before this? What the fuck? She was in worse shape? Starting a running club in Harlem, focused on attracting more people of color. And that's an MP. We never say that. More non-whites. The MP, people of color, excludes us from humanity. And the people who use it are anti-white. And what she tells people who are intimidated by marathons. Now, I'm intimidated by marathons. I can't run a marathon. Never would want to. Who the hell would want to do that? So, am I somehow suffering the bigotry of white supremacy also? I'm going to guess not. When did you first get the idea to write this book? After the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. Like we will get a statue of Ahmaud Arbery if we don't recapture our destiny. If a percentage of the white race doesn't become a people, we will have a statue of Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia. That's what happened, wasn't it? South Georgia. That will happen. And it'll be him looking like a gold medalist with somebody else's toolbox. This is so disgusting. It's for me, I got to be honest. It's comical because it's ridiculous. It's totally absurd. At the same time, it's so nefarious and it's so spotlighted. It's so promulgated. It's also such a tell and a reveal, an educational opportunity when we're trying to convey the truth about anti-whiteism, how this motivates these notions, how to defeat these notions. She literally says, after the murder of the God King, Jogger King Ahmaud Arbery, for simply jogging, all he did was jog. He jogged while black. You can't do anything while black. You could only be fawned after by every college campus and have the prettiest white females throwing themselves at their feet. You can only get, now they can be legally paid. They were paid under the table for decades. Now you can just get legally paid and have sports cars given to you for running while being black. That's all Ahmed was doing. Can you see that father and his son? And they're like, there's no one of them damn joggers. Get the guns. I mean, I wrote this op-ed piece right before Mother's Day, which is also Ahmed's birthday, about this new weight of living in this world as a black woman with a son. What, no father in the picture? Surprise, surprise. Who one day may find himself in spaces where he's unable to move freely. Like a cell, because he's broken the law. Where he has to correct himself or make himself small in order to appease the white gaze. We aren't the same.
We aren't the same. This woman is anti-white. She wants to, she's suffering from not only the anti-whiteism, but the fact that in a white society, you are expected, it to some degree, it's still left, more so in some places than others, to imitate our norms, to imitate our sensibilities. You're still expected in some places to some degree. In some places, it's completely white erased. And she says that's oppressive. We should be able to be our black selves. I agree. Someplace else. So to appease the white gaze, she specifically is saying there that it's our demand that you comport yourself a specific way in our society. That's what she's saying when she says appease their white gaze. She's identifying that the condemnation, if there is some sort of deviation from our norms, comes specifically from white people. It's not a universal, cuck brothers and sisters out there. It's not a universal. She's not saying they're expected to appease this universal norm of behavior. No, she is correctly saying it's the white norm of behavior that we're expected to comport ourselves to. And I talked about how the running industry, the running community has always been deeply racially divided. What does that mean when she says that? Does this woman, do you sense that she wants to be with white people? Of course not. She doesn't want to be around white people at all. So when she says, I mean, we're really prying open the mind of an anti-white. When she says that the running community has been deeply racially divided, what she's saying is there are still places where there are white people. I still have to see them. They still show up in ads. When I see a marathon and they got the start line and they've got that piece of tape or whatever it is that runs across the front, it's all white. It looks like all white people to me. That's a problem for anti-whites. When you really learn to understand and appreciate where they're coming from, where an anti-white is coming from, you can orient yourself to address the actual questions of how we remedy it and what they're going to do next and what they are doing and what they have done. The op-ed went viral. Of course it did, because of anti-whites and because the system pushes it. Black folks were like, quote, "Thank you for finally putting this into words, what our experience is." And many white people were completely shocked, had never considered what it was to run as somebody who was not white. This is so sickening. And I was like, okay, I need to write this book so that it hopefully draws awareness to these inequities. What inequities? That white people exist. What then are inequities in hiring at the hospital? What are inequities at enrollment at the university? What are inequities in hiring at the police department, in the military, in the fire department? This is what anti-whites mean. The inequity is that white people are present. When I was running my first marathon, I was depressed. I was struggling with anxiety. My body was like a shell. And also, I just got the white people that she's talking about here. And I know there were white people like reacting the way she said. Completely shocked. Had never considered. Why would we? We welcomed you into the Cancer Foundation's Jogging Society. And then you end up with white people that literally look around the room, especially airheaded young white females. They look around the room and they're like, wow, there are a lot of white people. That is problematic.
My body was a shell. I would say it was more like a blob. And all I wanted was to mute any kind of feeling I had. I was drinking. Really? Huh, I wouldn't have guessed. I was overdosing. No way. Don't believe it. Taking Xanax. And what running provided for me was my body was awakened again. Sorry. It was simple things like recognizing that, when I run the distance, I have pain in my muscles. I've been working hard. Or when I'm running at this place, my breath sounds like this. I just started to notice, talk about the abecedarian observations of a vegetable. I just started to notice what was going on with my body and receive that feedback, which is a really powerful force. Many of us are so disconnected from our bodies. Listen, lady, you were very connected. That's how you got looking like that. You were ingesting drugs. You were very connected. We start to lose sense of what our body is telling us. So running for me was reconnecting with who I was. Then, of course, they love in all of the like history books and everything when I was a child, I noticed that whenever they showed pictures of races, they always showed blacks beating whites. If it was pole vaulting, high jumping, discus, whatever it was blacks beating whites. Always. That's not enough. White people are even in the picture. And I want that experience for everybody. It doesn't necessarily just come through running. It can come through walking, kayaking, hiking. I guess all these things have to be white erased too. Any activity that's repetitive that allows you to receive feedback and gain insight into yourself. I completed the first marathon and I knew that I wanted to continue running, but I also knew that throughout my experience, there were mostly white people around. She literally says this right there. She knew that she wanted to continue running, but she knew that throughout her experience, there were mostly white people there. This is the true aim of anti-whiteism. People should have been listening to me 3 decades ago. I wanted to ultimately share this transformation with other people like me. I knew there were other black people in my community who, if only they started long distance running, they could feel the same. So, in other words, white people are preventing them from doing something healthy for themselves. And we find this in arguments across the spectrum of healthcare, that black people are hit harder. Do you remember with COVID? The non-white people were the front line hit by COVID. We all had to set aside extra dollars of our own. We had to set aside our own health and well-being for the black people who are suffering more, and other non-white people who always suffer more than us. So she says, I started this organization, Harlem Run. It was through building it that I first became aware that there was an industry out there, that there are people who want to sell us things. My God, really? There are people who are feeding this idea of who a runner is. Okay, so let me get this right, you dumb anti-white black bitch. Let me get this right. And we have good black females in this community. And this is not one of them. So let me ask this. You just got done saying that everywhere you went, it was white. Everywhere you turned, marathons, jogging with the Cancer Society, all these runs you did, it's all white. Then you just complained that retailers are selling their products to white people. That white people, you know what's next, are going to be in the advertisements because the retailers are selling to this massive population of white people. another interesting element to that, I guess we'll see if she does go into the advertising. But another interesting element to that is if she does, like so many anti-whites, go into the advertising and saying, I don't see myself in the advertising. If that's a problem for you, then guess what, anti-white and cucks out there? That's a problem for us. Going through all of my schooling and seeing all blacks winning all of the events is a problem for me and all the other white kids. At the time, I thought that a runner was a skinny white person. That's what she concluded, based on her observation of running. I remember looking at magazines and thinking, wow, there are only white people on the cover. Man, I know anti-whites too well. I started to realize these messages didn't just appear in my head. I'm consuming the industry the way this sport is commodified. Why is it commodified that way? Because the people buying the products are white. Why is flesh tone Band-Aids produced by white people at white companies the color of the shades of our skin? Because we are the ones buying them from white people making them. All right. What else does she say? I knew I was making a difference when the same people kept coming back. It was people who were looking forward to this Monday evening activity because there was an opportunity to share stories with folks. So non-white blacks, I guess anti-white blacks, probably predominantly, coming together who share the hobby of jogging. Okay, you're allowed to do that. No white people are stopping you. Hey, you know what? If you want to start a business that sells sneakers or shoes or whatever to black joggers, why? Buy some advertising and put blacks on it. People were starting to feel really vulnerable pieces of themselves. People were challenging themselves physically and also as adults. Okay, yada, yada. Let's see. And I remember one of these guys asking, quote, can we make sweatshirts with Harlem Run on them? Yes. Yes, white people won't stop you. And I was like, oh my gosh, people want to scream from the rooftops that this is theirs. Yeah. So go ahead. Nobody's stopping you. Here it is again. Another image of a black guy, non-white guy beating white guys. This is my whole youth. Let's see. She was on a panel with Ted Corbett, organization from Harlem founded. Okay. So it's organizations for black joggers. Are organizations for white joggers permitted? Is it considered socially immoral for such a thing to happen? So would there be moral condemnation? Is there moral condemnation for a blacks only jogging group? Apparently not. So it looks like you are the one with the preferential treatment, special privileges, and freedom from responsibility. Corbett was born in the South and he lived in New York. He was just an incredible athlete. Okay, great, good for him. Ted Corbett is the person who had the idea for the 5-borough New York City Marathon. If you were to Google it, that information right now, you will likely not find that story because a white man is credited for that. Did he actually set it up? And was he white or is he Jewish? I mean, that would be interesting to find out. Who actually set it up? So if Ted says, you know what, I got an idea. There should be a marathon or whatever, a run for this community down here. But then he doesn't set it up Akon style and some white guy or some Jew comes along and sets it up. Then obviously that person is going to be getting the credit for creating it. New York Roadrunners, which manages New York City Marathon, directly descended from New York Pioneer Club, revolutionary in saying that this would be a club for people of all races because the ones that you were participating in before were not for all races as your black self walked in and out. This was before baseball was integrated. Oh, so this is something older. And then so white men created baseball. We built stadiums. We created baseball for our people to play, to entertain our people. We built fields and stadiums, created the whole game, modified the game to make it increasingly interesting and competitive, recruited people, created the equipment that went into it, strung electricity and lights to light it up at night. And then we said, you know what? We're going to let some of these other people of other races play. We'll create another league for them to play. So white people went out. They did all that for black people. Then they played in their own leagues for a while. And then white people said, hey, you know what? We should just let these black people play with us. Why not? And so for doing that, we're condemned as excluding them. This was before baseball was integrated. This was revolutionary. Having Jewish people, black people, and Irish folks running together. You're talking about really the creation of what we say now and running being accessible. Yeah, these are the kind of complaint. And this is the reaching into history to find a reason to victimize you today. And that reason from history is spurious, as I just articulated. And I think, wow, what an impact would that have been if I had known that Ted Corbett and all these black men in Harlem and this organization existed. I would have known that long distance running is for me too. Because my people helped create it. It's got to suck when you have to lie all the time. Your people created America. Your people created Wakanda. Your people created Egypt. You just keep stealing from us. Just keep stealing from us and then saying that by way of equity and diversity and integration, you white erase all of us. And you'll succeed unless white people come together and become a people out of this deracinated race. I think I've really seen enough of this. I mean, it's like it just gets worse and worse. I wonder what the conclusion is. White people are gone. For many people, when they think of running, they're thinking of a particular person or a particular experience. So when I say I can't run, it's because they're thinking of Allison Felix running the 400 meters in the Olympics. But running is many things. You can move in a way that will be good for your body. And that, okay. Yeah. And you can find an all-black joggers school. I mean, I thought they already exist. Many of them are called gangs.
Morning sun hits the red earth plain, breaking through the clouds again. Been too long living someone else's way. Time to let my spirit reign.
Amen to that. Let me know if you can hear me. Okay, let's get a big celebration. We got another financial gift that has come in. $50. $50 from the one and only Dude Bro Moment, ladies and gentlemen. $50. Make sure you celebrate this champion. Much love to the Dude Bro Moment. Raucous emojis, please, in the live chat. Thank you, Corey. Big salutes, brother. Big salutes. Good to see you show up. Owner of that platform, Entropy. We also have a financial gift of $5 over here from Weldon, who says, may Jesus bless you and all pro-white people. God bless you for that in return. Thank you so much, Weldon. Deeply appreciate it. I love a blessing.
And thank you for those $5. Much appreciated. I'm going to be looking for your tags. Looks like I haven't missed anybody who is financially gifted. If I have, let me know. Let's get into our lesson of the day. Novi Horus says, hey, we was the Gypsians built them pyramids. Don't you know that? You white devils. Jeffrey says, amen. Oh, the great Franklin is with us. Problematic Biospirit is here. Good to see you. As we are rolling into the final bit of our gathering on this glorious Sunday in service to white well-being. Make sure you take these lessons with you into the world. You could even share these stories. Use them to introduce the lexical and dialectical armory of the Go Free dialogic, the Go Free practice. Go Free lesson of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, the concepts are the concepts that we use to talk about ourselves, our past, our future, our present. Are they more important than the history that we pass on? To speak to that, we will open up tangentially Go Free Edition 2, Iteration 2. Page 215, the meme pathogen. Race doesn't exist. How many of you have heard race doesn't exist in any of its numerous iterations? I mean, it's everywhere, isn't it? There are various iterations. Race is a construct. There was no such thing as the white race. There are just ethnicities. And then when you narrow an anti-white down, they say, well, there aren't even white ethnicities. They've not done anything. They've not created anything. They really like anti-whites, smarter anti-whites, like us to discuss ethnicities because they like the idea of being able to turn the ethnicities of the white race against each other. One of the main reasons why we need to come together on the basis of our biosphere and acknowledge that we are born men and women of the West. We have the biospirit of the West inside of us. We don't have our ethnicity. We are not a religion. We are not a citizen. We are not a patriot of a particular country. We are not a fan of a particular flag. We are the children of the West. That's how we are born. We are the same. And you can see that sameness, even in its variation, the variegation of that expression across the globe, in its differentiation between the peoples of man. That's how you know that we are the same. But we get this meme pathogen that there is no white race. There is no race at all. It doesn't exist. There's only the human race. That's another MP associated with this one. We never use that. There's no such thing as a human race. That is another tool of control for the anti-whites. What do we say back to them, to ourselves, if we hear this MP inside of our own head? One of our suggestions here is the MC, quote, you wish it didn't. You wish that race didn't exist. Because
If that were true, it would make it easier for you to victimize Western kind. This is a very swift flip that I've used many times with anti-whites. It immediately shuts down their affected arrogance of, I know science, and science says there's no such thing as race. It immediately flips it around. We immediately begin a conversation about how anti-white they are. They have to prove to me that they're not anti-white. And so I suggest that you either use that MC specifically when confronted with there is no race, race doesn't exist, the white race doesn't exist, the name white race didn't start existing until this date or whatever. It's totally immaterial. If the white race started calling itself dandelions, that would be, you could say at this point, they started calling themselves dandelions. It still indicates something specific. You can also go the route with your meme curative of just agreeing with the anti-white and saying, fine, it's a construction, just like so many sexualities, just like everything is a construction, and we choose this construct and we defend it. We are going to protect the little white constructs from your villainous anti-whiteism. But I'd like to immediately turn it around on them and point out that they wish there was no such thing as race and therefore the potential for peoplehood, because that makes it much easier to victimize atomized white people. They have no race. They're just a victim floating around in space, waiting for the anti-white to prey upon them. What does this mean or how does this interact with our question for today's lesson? What's more important, the concepts or the history? Should be pretty obvious, the direction we're going for this class, that our history could be anything and nothing. We could rewrite the whole thing. It could be pure fiction. And we could create our history all over again. All we ever create is our history. It renews as long as our people are preserved. That story in the world exists in us before it exists in the world. Knowing our history was something that we did like gangbusters a long time ago. And it didn't protect us from anti-whiteism in its various forms, and certainly this form. So when you cross paths with an advocate, a pro-white advocate, who says that what's most important is the history, you've got to teach them all the history. You've got to be able to address that in the conversation. The history is a tool to the living. It's not something outside of us. If the creator wants to look down and say X, Y, and Z about things that happened in the past, so be it. The rest of what happened in the past is up for our interpretation in service to the well-being of the present. Go back to the Jewish child I talked about a little earlier, who laterally thought himself into a much bigger Slurpee than everybody else got for free. We have to be this agile. Maybe not all of us are, but you have to be bright enough then to choose the leadership, your personal leadership, for who can lead you and our people to a productive, salubrious place. The history is infinitely less important than the concepts we use to talk about ourselves, our past, our present, and our future. So if it hadn't already occurred to you, and many, obviously in this community it has, how vital, how profound, how necessary these concepts are, then it should settle in a little bit more deeply now. You can erase all of our history. Alexander the Great. You can erase all of our Spanish-American War. You can erase all of it. And if we have our concepts, we can be a people. And if we're a people, we will recreate it all. It will all live again. And as I said, if we're intelligent, if our leaders are intelligent, we will craft that history, the interpretation of it, to satisfy the well-being of the living. You can imagine white people, because you've met them, maybe even you broke this rule in the past, who had an interpretation of history, of this part or that part of history, that you either realized within yourself or you saw in someone else, was an interpretation that was detrimental to us and our well-being today. There should never be such a conclusion, ever. With the right concepts, you can't arrive at the wrong conclusion. Without the concepts, you can very easily come to a conclusion about an objective truth about history that you are certain, you're absolutely certain. And what a shame it is that it undermines us today. Darn it. No, nothing should get in the way of our well-being. Nothing. No matter what it is. The Creator created us because He wants us to be. It is our duty to do everything within our ability, everything with our creativity, everything that we are capable and maybe even think we are incapable of today, to preserve His creation. If the Creator did not want Western civilization, He would not have made Western kind. It is your duty to our Lord. It is your duty, if you believe there is no Creator or potentially no Creator, it is our duty to our well-being and the well-being of our offspring and our future to view all of these matters in this light and to submit every interpretation to those concepts. This is something I realized many years ago, and I tried to communicate to so many people over the years. Sad to say, the white race isn't in a good state, and many couldn't appreciate it. Thank God you all have heard the Sylvan trumpets, because I know you can get it. Any final comments you have as we get ready to wrap up this Sunday service with your hierarch, Church of the West? It's been glorious to be with you all. I will take a look for tags for yours truly really quickly. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Looks like I got a sticker. Well, that's pretty funny. Over on, I got a new follow on D Live, and I got a KFC sticker. I don't see anything over here that I missed. Let's see about this. And I will come back around to the YouTubes for you all to have final comments. All right. And that appears to be it for No. Says thanks. Thank you, brother. Good to see you. Novi Horus says, it is our duty to preserve ourselves, the beautiful creation of our Creator. Amen to that. Absolutely. Has anyone analyzed how sports have been changed to suit supposed black athlete superiority? Yeah, I've talked about that before. Thank you for bringing that up. We'll have to chat about it some other time. Yes, indeed. Football is a great example of a sport that has been changed to suit the athleticism of blacks. And any sport could be changed to suit the athleticism of any particular group. And that's how you can get to overrepresentation like they have. But that is all a consequence of anti-whiteism, like the Jogging and book that's coming out, being reviewed and shared and succeeding, and this evil woman, this evil anti-white woman, and her successes at demonizing the white race and lauding Ahmaud Arbery, to everything else we had an opportunity to go through today. All a consequence of anti-whiteism. Take a lot of faith away from, and heart away from the fact that Tucker Carlson shared to a cheering audience a logic that works for them, and that logic is the same logic that is at work in the Go Free practice. That future is ours, ladies and gentlemen. We just have to be brave enough to reach out and take it. Let's go free.